How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning, good morning. Welcome in. Let's get this set up. A little bit of an earlier start. Yeah, a little bit of an earlier start today. I tend to start getting rock and rolling, you know, when I'm up. Once I'm done. Oh, for one very special viewer. Somebody was complaining yesterday I slurped my coffee too loud, so I have some of that. Hey, look, somebody wants to be banned first thing this morning. Love that shit. Love that shit. Messages 1 when we know what that is. Boom. Ban hammer. Swatted. Right, where are we at? Let's turn the tunes down just a touch. How are we all doing, boys and girls? Are we good? Are we awake? Are we alive? How are we feeling today? It's Tuesday. The NA servers were in tatters when I was going to bed last night. So hopefully NA's not had too bad of a day. Are your servers all back up? Is everything working smoothly again? Let's hope so. Let's hope so. Let's hope so at least. Saranuva, welcome in. Good morning, sir. Welcome, welcome. Solid start to the morning. Hopefully, let's plan for a solid start. Let's plan for a solid start. Start off by looting some stuff. What we've been selling then: an Astralan robe of the quick blade for 11 gold. Why did I even have it? Sure, okay. I don't know how that slipped into my operations, but sure, we'll take it. Transmog, I know. Unbelievable. I genuinely don't even know what that thing is. Should we should we investigate? What even is that thing? Revenue, sales, this thing. A Burning Crusade unique appearance world drop item. See, that has all of the potential to be worth a lot more than it should be. I mean, that ticks all of the boxes for something that should be somewhat valuable. It's old enough that not so many people will be playing the content. It's a unique appearance. And as chess pieces go, it's a little pretty pink and white dress. Under all circumstances, that should in theory be worth significantly more. Significantly more. Oh, I bought it for 9 gold 127 days ago. It's all about the flip life. Oh god. All about the flipping life. 3:30 AM here, can't sleep, so farming in auction house sales, coffee in hand. I'm hoping it's 3:30 AM and you've got up because you can't sleep, and not that it's 3:30 AM and you haven't gone to bed yet. Shit investment, mate. Yeah, it's not my best. It's not my best. Transmogs, how many people are actually interested in them? I don't get it. It's a weird one, right? Lots of people in the goal making community seem to have this opinion that transmog is the holy grail. The holy grail of goal making opportunities. And in some regards it is. In some regards it is, but most people never get to the level where it is actually the holy grail. Most people end up wasting their time pissing about with 10, 11 gold you know, items. They tend to waste their life away dealing with 200, 300 gold transmogs. I was having this thought yesterday, and I was thinking to myself, well, it seems like a really simple question, but why are cheap things cheap? There's usually one of only a couple of reasons why something is actually cheap. And why is Lazy Goalmaker buying all of my Shadowgast gear? More importantly, what's Lazy doing buying all of my auctions out? I'll tell you why he's buying all my auctions out. He's buying all my auctions out for one very simple reason. That I put the speed boost on everything, and then I just undercut everything. Which does bait a few people into buying my auctions to try and list them at a higher price. I was thinking, why are cheap things cheap? Cheap things are cheap for what... I mean, if I say the word cheap too many times, I'm going to start sounding like a little bird, aren't I? But the reason lesser expensive things are lesser expensive is usually because there's a surplus of supply of them. Certainly so much so that it outstrips the demand for them, which pushes the price down over time. Alternatively, the other reason something is cheap is because you tend to buy it in bulk, right? You buy lots of them, so you can't have a herb being 500 gold each because nobody would ever be able to buy as many of them as they need. It's just outrageous. So cheap things tend to be cheap because the reality of the fact is, especially if it's not an item that you buy in bulk and it's cheap, why is it cheap? And the answer is always, almost always, because nobody wants it. So this is kind of an approach that I think needs to be taken to gold making a little bit more so. If you're going to do flipping, the common thing to start off with when flipping is, let's take the transmog market. Let's look at the transmog market, for example. I'm getting real philosophical, like 3 minutes into the stream today. This is probably a terrible idea, but if you start your adventures in the transmog market and you try and just amass a stockpile of huge amounts of items, right? If, say, for example, you get your first 1,000 transmog items, how many of those items do you actually consider to be valuable items? If you were to do a filter on those and filter out of those 1,000 transmog items that you've acquired, how many of them are under the value of like 1,000 gold? Can we find a number? Is there a number out there that we can consider, you know, the floor price, just generally speaking? Because let's not forget, anything under the amount of gold you get by doing a calling, I guess, should be considered just trash, right? Because anybody can do a calling. It's the most basic entry-level step into gold making. If you need 1,500 gold, you can go do 3 world quests. Boom, there's your 1,500 gold. So realistically, anything under 2,000 gold is pretty much not worth your time even looking at. Never mind trying to put it in groups and TSMify it and list it and worry about deposit fees and any of that sort of jazz. And this isn't me saying this from the perspective of somebody that has a bunch of gold already. This is just generally speaking. Even if, you know, the most entry-level stuff, you shouldn't be paying attention to anything that's less than 2,000 gold. Anything at all. Because the option of dealing with that thing, the alternative option is just go do a calling. And so if it's between 2,000 gold and about 10,000 gold, it should be considered cheap nowadays. Unless it's a consumable, unless it's a commodity, unless it's something that you buy in bulk. We're talking about one-time things here. Which practically means that any of this gear that I've been selling recently, sure, I've crafted a bunch and I've sold a bunch of it, but this is all in the sort of the it's cheap category, right? It's all cheap stuff. For somebody to be able to buy one of these, for somebody to be able to buy this shadow scale vest at 4,000 gold, it took them 20 minutes. Maybe it took them 2 callings to do, to be able to afford that piece of gear. Practically zero investment. And this is something that is a little bit less looked at in gold making. A lot of people who've been dealing with gold making for a long time have been dealing with gold making for so long that they've kind of forgotten that there's a base level of inflation in the game that you have to account for. People who are gold making today were actively gold making 10 years ago, where 10 years ago if you sold something for 100 gold you were like, wow, that's crazy good. Now that 100 gold has inflated to the point where if you're selling pretty much anything under 5,000 gold, it's a bit of a risky business to be doing it in the first place. I would say probably anything under 2,000 gold is just not worth anybody's time dealing with anymore. If it dips under 2,000 gold, you might as well give it to a vendor. You'd be better off saving yourself the time of dealing with it than you would be trying to sell it. And that shaves off so much stuff. Callings that you don't actually have to do. I wonder if there's going to be an equivalent though in Dragonflight. People are already questioning whether, because callings don't appear to be a thing. World quests are structured in a different fashion in Dragonflight. World quests, you get a bunch of world quests. You have practically 3 or 4 days. I think they reset twice a week. I think or they may even be designed to reset only once a week. The timings of them have changed a few times on the beta. But if the timings are changing, it's not so much. If you look at your map now, for example, this is probably not a great idea because I'm on the wrong character. But if you look at the mini map now, I can't even see the world quests. Of course I can't. Your world quests, they come and go quite quickly. And there's always a bunch of them available, and they always reset, and there's always world quests for you technically to be doing. Come Dragonflight, something that I've not really seen people talk about too much, is that on the reset, you'll have a bunch of world quests. You can go and do those world quests, and then your map is empty. It's a really weird scenario. Your map is empty. There's not lots of flashing icons telling you to do things. If you've done a complete sweep of a zone, there may not be any flashing icons in your zone. Now, when was the last time you opened your minimap and didn't see a whole bunch of flashy icons telling you to go and do stuff? Raw gold farming is going to be coming back. The methods for gold, your basic run-of-the-mill. I was saying this from the very early days of the alpha. From the very early days of the alpha, the basic entry-level methods of gold making are far less. They just don't exist. Mission tables are on their way out. The likelihood is they're going to do one of two things. Like, every second post on the WoW economy right now is talking about mission tables, and it's clear that people, or the majority of people, are using the mission tables to make a bunch of gold before the end of the expansion. That literally seems to be the only thing that people are doing right now. Mission tables are on the way out. They're either going to just delete them. They're currently bricked on the PTR as it stands anyway. Your callings are going to potentially disappear, so you're not going to get that little loot box with a bunch of gold in it so reliably. Your basic entry-level ways of making gold are diminishing, very much so. There's the counter-argument that, well, you may not need as much gold because legendaries are going away. People are like, yay, legendaries are going away. Everything's going to be cheap. Just you wait. If goblins have anything to do with it, things will not be cheap. Where supply and demand is a thing, those who have more gold have a bigger advantage. There is never a scenario in any situation ever where having less gold than somebody else puts you on an equal playing field. It just doesn't. If you have more gold, you have more buying power, meaning you can pay more for more stuff. And in a world where the auction house is dictated to be so that you have to buy the cheapest stuff first, when you have to buy from the bottom, when you look at a commodity like a Progenitor Essentia, for example, when you have to buy from the bottom, some people look at the price of a Progenitor Essentia and they're like, right, if I want to buy one of these, I need to go and spend 20 minutes doing a calling. Whereas I look at one of these and I'm like, well, how many thousands of these can I buy in one go? If you have more gold, you have more buying power. And the more people that have more gold, the more expensive everything is, and exponentially more expensive for the people that don't have the gold. So people's assumption that legendaries are going away and everything's going to be cheap is ludicrous. Because guess who are going to be the ones that are going to be crafting and selling all the new stuff? It's going to be all of the goblins that have all of the gold. If you've got no gold, it's still going to be very expensive for you to buy everything. Most expansions have seen a natural, let's call it the cost of living. Most expansions have seen a cost of living increasing by like 50%, expansion over expansion. Shadowlands is probably a little bit more than that because there was an extreme spike of gold required for legendaries. But generally speaking, most expansions that we've seen go through in the past, it costs you 50% more every time there's an it leveled off a little bit when the token became a thing more so. So since WoD, it's not been quite as steep because the token does help to balance the value of gold a little bit. But you go back into some of the early days where every single expansion, there was a big bump up in what everything cost. And Dragonflight will be no different. Dragonflight will be no different because today, people are used to herbs being 20 gold a piece, right? They're used to herbs being 20 gold a piece. They're 10 gold a piece now because nobody wants them. But under normal circumstances, people have been pretty happy spending 20 gold a piece on herbs, right? Herbs are going to be 50 gold plus in Dragonflight. There's no real distinct reason for herbs to not be 50 gold plus at the beginning of Dragonflight, which is 5 times the current cost of them right now. Because of a couple of things. Everything's going to be new. You're going to start off with 0 materials. Nada. Nothing. Not these hundreds of thousands of them that have been slowly gathering up throughout the entire expansion. No, 0. Absolutely nothing. Nobody's going to have any of them. And then every hour that passes, there'll be slightly more people that will have gathered them and farmed them and put them on the auction house. But I would not be surprised to see herbs. Now, quality is going to play an interesting part in this. Because, of course, you can basically practically have 3 prices for every material going forward. A quality 1, a quality 2, and a quality 3. Your average herb is going to be 50 gold a piece. And why is it going to jump up in price so aggressively? It's going to jump up in price because there isn't any currently. People are going to have to go out and get them. People's ability to go out and get them is substantially less than what it is right now. Sure, we have dragon riding, but dragon riding is not the most fluid way of gathering. In a weird scenario, if there's enough of a density of materials, you don't fly between them. We have a slight advantage that we can move from A to B faster at the start of this expansion, but it's not going to make a huge difference. It's certainly not true flying, right? Herbs are easily going to be 50 gold a piece. They could even be 75 gold a piece, 80 gold a piece. Why? Because there's people out there that have made hundreds of millions of gold this expansion who can pay 70, 80 gold a herb easily without it being an issue. At the beginning of the Shadowlands, the epic enchanting materials were 5k a piece. Now they're down to 10 gold. Yeah, because we've had 2 years of people being able to disenchant epics without really any desire by anybody to actually enchant their gear ever. 6 gold and 80 for an eternal crystal now. Yes, I equally remember. I remember these being like 15,000 gold each. 15,000 gold each. Now they're 7 gold each. But to round this all back off to kind of what I was getting to initially, is that the cost of living, the cost of playing the game, the cost of buying your materials when needed, the cost of crafting, the cost of buying your potions, picking up your gear, getting people to reforge your, not reforge, what do they call it, recraft your gear to higher quality levels. If you want to be doing any of that stuff, you're going to need a sizable amount of gold. No questions about it. No questions about it. People who seem to have this assumption that gold you're not going to need it's fine. Legendaries are going away. You're not going to need as much gold in Dragonflight. Are going to be in for a shock. Going to be in for a bit of a shock, I reckon. And in turn, people's ability to make gold is going to be far less readily available. They're really going to push gathering, it feels. There is not going to be anybody out there that doesn't have a druid, or more likely an evoker, with herbalism and mining. Because that's going to be most people's way of making a bit of gold. It won't be logging on to 7 alts and doing mission tables, because there's nothing of that nature in Dragonflight, so you can scrap that idea. Callings don't seem to be a thing, or at least if they are going to be a thing, they've not been implemented on the alpha or the beta at any point so far. The passive generation of gold for most players is practically non-existent. You either go out in the world and you gather something and you sell it to somebody else that wants it, or you grind mobs. It's going to be, yeah, odd. Your main will be leatherworking and jewel crafting. You get materials with other characters, or do you just buy it on the auction house? What's your plan? Well, my plan is very simple. My plan is to make sure I keep my crafting professions as high as I can physically keep them. Now that means most of the time I will buy my materials off the auction house. If I can buy a material off the auction house to craft something and then sell that something the same day, I don't care what I pay for it. I genuinely don't. Whatever it costs me to make a thing is what I then charge the person that is going to buy it. And if that equation doesn't work out in my favour, then, well, I just don't craft the thing, meaning I don't buy the materials. This is one of the luxuries of having a sizable amount of gold to begin with, that you don't have to farm materials. You, the only time you should ever feel obliged to farm materials over buying them off the auction house is if you physically do not have the gold to do it. If you cannot afford to buy the materials in the first place, then you need to, unfortunately, invest some time instead of some gold and go get them yourself. Do you think that mining, herbalism, skinning should be available all like fishing and cooking? Yes. I know a lot of people don't agree with me on this, but yes, I think that we are absolutely in an age now, especially with the amount of detail that they're putting into crafting professions. We are in a scenario where it makes a lot of sense for gathering to become baseline. I've done a video on this before. I've spoke about this quite frequently.
Is that your wallet?
I know everybody doesn't agree with me.
Both, I hope.
Like any good discussion artist.
Good morning, everyone. Smiley face.
So let's see. Welcome in. Thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. I like any good discussionist, I have a relatively strong counter argument for most objections to not making it baseline. Gathering should just be baseline. Every single character, when they're out and about doing something, if they fly past a herb, or if they fly past an ore node, or they kill a creature, they should be able to gather the materials off that thing. Now, I tend to feel that most people's first argument against that is, well, it would crash the price of everything. And that's not strictly true, because just because you can do something doesn't mean that people do. Your raid loggers that never step foot outside of the main city, or they stand at the raid entrance and they never move, they maybe call for a long boy, buy some flasks and potions, and then go off raiding. Those guys aren't going to, those guys are still not going to be gathering. They'll still be buying all their components. Just because everybody has the ability to cook food and to fish and be self-sufficient in terms of, their food buffs, doesn't mean people are. Most people, the food, the food, market is a relatively strong one, especially every time we have a new raid or anything. So just because people can doesn't mean that people do. I think at the beginning of the expansion, mats will be very expensive. Mats are going to be rare at the start, or otherwise we'll be flooded with mats once the increased effectiveness from farmers skill trees kick in. And welcome in, by the way. Yeah. Materials are likely to be pretty expensive, I'd imagine. Pretty expensive. I usually am able to guesstimate the prices of materials quite accurately from the beta. At least when we were playing Shadowlands beta before Shadowlands came out, and we were assessing all the materials and how you get them and where you get them from and this sort of stuff, we were able to, within a reasonable amount of accuracy, predict what the prices of things would be. And hopefully, with a little bit more gathering and a little bit more skinning and a little bit more testing of professions, I'll be able to do the same. Fishing's always been very profitable. Early days in expansion. Now that Dark Moon cards drop from fishing, I worry though. Going to be busy ponds outside the dungeons. Fishing's a big thing as well. Fishing's going to be a big thing because you've got an entire faction that's sort of telling people, oi, go out and do fishing. So there's a strong chance that there'll be a lot more presence of fishers out there. And yes, you are right. If you're able to acquire rare, lucrative items such as Dark Moon cards via fishing, which you are, by the way, that's going to incentivize a lot of people just to chill out and, you know, just cast a few times and see if they get lucky. Are jewels commodities or are they server based? Gems and crafted cut gems are commodities, so they will be region wide. But the rings and the necklaces and the trinkets that jewel crafters also make will be realm specific because it's a piece of gear. Alright, let's get this lot relisted. I wanted to have a quick scout through some of the pet realms just to see what's going on, see if we sold anything, see if there's any deals to be had. And then we'll probably jump on the beta for a little bit. We didn't play the beta at all yesterday. I jumped on the beta for about an hour last night, but I didn't do much with it. So I'm keen to get some beta hours in. Plan is to buy out a lot of the fish early days before the raids come out and the food buff really takes off. This is always a solid plan, yeah. There's an interesting thing that happens with material prices. Because they are now, or in past times, have staggered the expansion launch and the raid launch. There's that duration of time where technically nobody really needs the crafted stuff yet. Nobody really needs to be using flasks and potions when they're just running around doing world quests. But then you get this huge spike in demand the second the raid becomes a thing. So what you often will find is that the price of materials goes super duper high, starts really, really high, crashes to an incredibly low point, and then balances off somewhere in the middle. It's kind of, you tend to have this sort of scenario. If you have the start of the expansion, your materials tend to do something like this. They start off really high, they dip down to a ridiculously low price, then they kind of come back up because people start saying, okay, these are really, really cheap. Hang on, you can't even really see this, can you? They start saying the materials are really, really cheap. I'm going to start buying some of these up. I'm going to start stockpiling some of these materials for when the raid comes out. They sort of start to plateau a little bit, and then the raid comes out and they go back up here for a bit. And then eventually the raid's been out for a while and they dip down. So there's this kind of weird graph for materials. And if you can buy a bulk of your materials at this sort of point, this is going to be probably day 4, day 5, something like this. They'll have started to like really dip because people have realized that shit, nobody actually needs any of this stuff. Only the hardcore of the hardcore crafters are going to really be buying it, which is not super duper mega amounts of demand. But if you can buy a whole bunch of this, let's assume that the raid comes out 14 days after the expansion, you'll start to see probably by about day 7 you'll probably start to see them coming back up in price, and by day sort of this will be day 14. If you're buying your herbs at this point, if you're buying your materials at this point, you're still going to make a little bit off them potentially in the next sort of let's say day 21 by the time the raid's had its full cycle, but then they'll slowly come back down again. So this is between day 4 and 7, usually the first weekend, if I'm honest. Usually the first weekend is not a terrible time to start picking up some materials. Start thinking about what you're going to sell to those raiders when the raid comes out. As a goblin, are you for or against the merging of the whole auction house cross region? For the good of the game, it's not a terrible idea. It's going to... The goblins will naturally get caught in the crossfire with that. There's no doubt about it. That where goblins have the ability to do goblin things is usually based upon the fact that economies are a little bit smaller and economies are closed off environments for the most part. Meaning that it's a lot easier to have a lion's share of a market on a smaller commodity. Big goblins with loads of gold, though, don't care. Like, the honest truth is that if you've got a bunch of gold, you can still play silly things. I mean, look at Zanzaful. Zanzaful's been doing some silly things on the region-wide auction house for a couple of weeks now. Buying out materials left, right, and centre, selling them for a little bit more, and just focusing on turnover, just churning through stuff. And if the entire auction house goes region-wide, the same scenario will happen. Things that people actually want, you'll still be able to buy them, and you'll still be able to sell them back. There are, yeah, Derpalicious has just pointed out, there are definitely some markets to where they will suffer. The transmog market lives and breathes upon the fact that it's artificial scarcity. Artificial scarcity is a phenomenon to where something is made to look rarer than it really actually is. And that can only easily be achieved within a small, within a small bubble of an economy, hence a single server. This is why transmog on the bigger servers is much, 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 much cheaper, because it's much harder to create that artificial scarcity on a really big server. So the transmog market is one that would be in the bin. Could finally get rid of my rare items that nobody on my dying server wants to buy. Maybe. It depends what they are. It's going to go that way eventually. It'll go that way eventually. It's hard to plan for it. I'm not really planning for it. If anything, everything I'm doing right now is kind of going against the flow. Because when they do make... For example, I'm heavily investing in pets right now. I'm buying pets left, right, and centre, and I'm splitting them all up across multiple realms, and I'm trying to flip some. Pets is another one of those markets that it works quite well now because you can buy pets from wherever they're cheap and you can sell them wherever you want. It's almost halfway there anyway. Pets are almost a regional wide thing anyway, but only for the buyers. This is the weird thing, right? Only really does it benefit people who buy pets to then resell them, to go out and explore the different realms, to pick them up where they're the cheapest and take them to the realms where they're more expensive. Once everything goes region-wide completely, though, they all get smushed into one pool, and you start to see more accurate more accurate prices for things, I feel. So anything cheap on this realm, pets-wise? Oh, definitely not. Okay, well, we don't need to continue with that scan. It's definitely going to happen, though. If not at some point during Dragonflight, towards the end of Dragonflight or whatever the next expansion is, I would be expecting to see everything go region wide. Be very curious to see how big of an impact the Russian farming for token situation will have on the commodity market. That's true. That's very true. There's a lot of people who play on the Russian realms who are presumably Russian. We can make that assumption, I think, that are really, really struggling to even continue playing the game right now. So much so that it surprises me that there are so many Russians actually playing. On the basis that they, it doesn't matter how you cannot physically buy game time with real currency in Russia right now. You have to buy game time with WoW. So it's a sticky situation over there for sure. But it does mean that once we get a new expansion and a new spike in materials, then the interesting things might happen. Can't they just buy gold from G2A or any other website though? Well, possibly, but that's against the TOS, so 2-month codes, that is. Not sure. Buying the gold would be against the TOS. If you can buy codes from a third-party website, maybe. Let's put it this way, without going through some third-party system, there's no in-game ability. Blizzard will not take their money directly, let's put it that way. Which is where the problem stems from. Do I think it will have much of an impact, though? It's a scale thing, right? It's a scale thing. Whilst I do think that the Russian population of players in this game is a fair percentage of the players in the EU, I don't think it's as big of a percentage to make much of a difference. Although it is quite apparent right now that they are doing their part for sure in keeping the keeping the token price up. So we'll see. We'll see. Ultimately, nothing that we can have any control over. So we can speculate and we can think about it all we like, but it doesn't make a blind bit of difference because we can't have any control over it. Now, I did a whole bunch of buying of pets yesterday, so I want to make sure that those pets are being redistributed across realms quickly, that they're not just being sat in my bags or ledger somewhere. K-Chat could make some sad noises if it became a region-wide auction house. I don't know if he would, though, I don't know if he would, because it would just, in practical terms, it would actually make what he does a lot easier. It would make what he does a lot easier. K-Chak makes most of his gold from the ability for him to be able to buy out. He buys out the entire region's supply of things anyway. He creates scarcity. If there's 500 of a single transmog item that seems to be heavily undervalued, but there's like 5 or 10 of them across most realms, he'll just go through all of the realms and buy all of them. Just buy everything up, create that scarcity. All of a sudden now he can post one on every server without anybody being able to do much about it because it's a transmog in the first place. It's not like you can quickly go out and get more. And so he's able to make scarcity. And the same thing would happen even if it went region wide. In fact, it'd be easier because everything would be in one place. You could see, right, well, there's 500 of a transmog item here, 500 of a transmog item that's severely undervalued right now. It makes it significantly easier to buy them all, and then just put 2 at a time back up. Scarcity would be harder to keep up. It's not really. Not really. This is one of the benefits of Transmog. I know I bash on Transmog a lot, but one of the big advantages of flipping Transmog, I'm not talking about farming it, but I think farming it is still a crazy idea. But flipping Transmog, one of the big benefits is that there's practically nothing anybody can do about it once you've bought theirs out. The amount, like, if you're posting materials and you buy out a bunch of materials, you can bet your ass that within 5 minutes the auction house is full of them again. Whether it be because somebody emptied a guild bank or because somebody went out and farmed some more of them and put them back up. Transmog, that's not the case. Certainly when it comes to the rarer stuff. This is why things like the Korthia Transmog, the shoulders from Korthia, that are inherently rare. Now, they're not super highly in demand because, sure, most of them look kind of quite cool, but not everybody cares that much. The demand is not great. But if you can buy up the majority of them, which is what Kachak did, just going through realm by realm, picking them all up, and holding on to 1,000 of them, and then just drip feeding 1 or 2 back in at 10 times the price you paid, there's nothing anything can do about it. Literally nothing. Because they're rare and scarce in the first place. Real question is, when will you be able to sell your flip transmog, if ever? I mean, people like Hikons and Kachak, and even to an extent like Magicus's, and the people that have, we're talking 500 plus million gold, they got it from somewhere. So it's clear the fact that what they do works. It's almost arbitrary to try and argue against what they do working, because it clearly does. They didn't get 500 plus million gold out of nowhere. It came from doing something. And if it came from flipping, and it came from flipping transmog items, then, well, you can quite safely assume that they sell. Where's all of the bargains? Where's all of the bargains? These are not a terrible price on these. These are not a terrible price. The difficulty is I have 18,000 gold on this round. It's not going to get me very far at all, is it? That's not going to get me very far at all. Need to sell a few things over here or transfer a bit of gold, maybe. Having 18,000 gold is not going to get me anywhere. If you're actually flipping the correct transmog, it definitely sells. People have, once again, it's a slightly false impression of the transmog market because of the way that it's sold to people in the first place. Most guides out there for transmog will tell you far more about how many bits of transmog you need to be farming and listing on the auction house, and far less about what actual transmog pieces sell. And the reality is you could have 1,000 pieces of transmog up on the auction house, but the reason why it feels like transmog sales are slow is because 995 of those pieces of transmog that you've listed, you should have probably just given to a vendor anyway. On the premise that they're probably not unique appearances, they're probably not very difficult to get, especially if it's an appearance that at some point comes from a quest that somebody's probably done and gained the appearance for passively anyway. There is so many reasons to why most people's collection of transmog should just go straight in the bin. Because nobody does any form of vetting or quality control on their transmog items. None whatsoever. They just think about, right, how many items do I have for sale? I've got X amount of items for sale for a total value of however many millions. That's all that they care about, is how much gold can they make from it. If they spent half as much time farming and invested that time into actually going through their collection and seeing, right, actually, this has got 7 other pieces of gear that shares the exact same appearance. 4 of those are actually just a basic campaign quest line, practically meaning that every man and their dog has this appearance anyway. It's probably an artificially inflated price. Disenchant it, vendor it, scrap it, get it gone. If people spent more time doing that and curating their list of transmog items that they tried to sell, people would have far more success with it. And that leads into why people like Student tend to have remarkably good success with transmog. Because over years and years and years of him farming the stuff, he's also got years and years and years of sales data. So he clearly knows which items, when out farming, you know, he does that filtering of his stuff at the beginning. He does it when he gets it. He farms it and then he filters it. Right, this is shit, put it in the bin. This might sell, we'll try for a little while, and this is definitely a winner. If you don't do any of that vetting of the goods with Transmog, you're just posting trash on the auction house, and it's no surprise it then doesn't sell. This is why this whole grey item thing made me giggle. It's snake oil. It's absolutely snake oil. I had a project to attempt to do what K-Track does, but then realised it would take far too long, so I abandoned it. It's the setup is pretty intense. That is for sure. 927 has made the setup a bit quicker and easier, but the setup is very intense. Even the simplistic aspects of just creating a character on every single server, getting them in the right location, getting them a small amount of starting gold to get going with stuff.
Both, I hope.
The setup is quite intense. Mr. Good Vibe, thank you very much for the Prime Gaming. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hope you're enjoying. Yeah, the setup process is a slow and steady one, but this is why I'm doing it in chunks. I'm doing it in chunks, right? I've now got, 25, 30 characters on different realms. Started off with pets before 9.2.7, just as a way to spread some gold out. I can now technically, if I wanted to, spread the gold out a lot easier and a lot quicker. What I have been contemplating doing is starting to curate a list of stuff outside of the pet market that I might be interested in, because I'm kind of getting to a point where I'm happy with how Project Pet works, so much so that I can then spread it to all of the servers. But then once it's spread to all the servers, it's just merely a maintenance thing. It'll just be a maintenance thing, and as every patch comes on, maybe I add a few more pets to the bundle. But it will be a maintenance thing from there on. And then it will truly just become that sort of side gig, that side hustle. Spend a couple of hours every few days relisting pets on all the realms. Maybe spend 1 day a week hunting down some good, some cheap-ish pets. They don't even need to be super cheap once you've got the system fully set up. They just need to be, reasonably priced. You'd spend an hour or so a week doing that. It'll be a few hours of effort, but it will then slowly but surely generate 3, 4, 5 million gold a month quite comfortably, I'd reckon. To take it to the level where K-Track does, but he does it with Transmog, he puts a lot of... The risk reward with doing it on the big ticket Transmog items is much higher. You have to potentially... You have to, in some scenarios, risk a lot more gold and be happy and content with the fact that you might not get much of it back very quickly. But then when it starts to snowball, it really snowballs. So I'm doing an awful lot of talking today and not a lot of actually doing anything. I apologise. This tends to be the way that things ends up being. How we doing, Woo? Welcome in. Good morning to you. I was actually tempted, Woo, to test out your little filtering system on stream today. We'll see if I get to it, though. Was there anything in the mailbox? There wasn't anything in the mailbox. I'm doing far too much talking. I can't even keep track of what I'm trying to do in game. The all the things add-on is good. It will tell you if a transmog can be collected from another item. Yeah, see, this is it. The people that are actually actively looking to collect certain bits of transmog, if they see a piece of transmog that's on the auction house for 100,000 gold, they're quite likely before buying that to think to themselves, well, can I get this appearance from somewhere else? And if you actively look to get certain bits of transmog, you probably have add-ons and you're probably aware of the ways in which you can check the appearances and this sort of stuff. Now, I don't think there's many people out there that will go to the degree of actually going to a very specific realm and making a character to get that piece of gear at its cheapest possible price. But if I wanted to quote unquote complete a transmog collection, that is exactly what I'd be doing. There is no way I'd be buying any of these transmog items at their market value. You could get most pieces of transmog you really wanted for probably less than 50% of their market value. All you would need to do is find where that thing is listed, on what server, make a character there, transfer that character the gold that's needed for a 5% fee, which a 5% fee is worthwhile if you're saving like huge amounts of gold. And you could probably complete a transmog collection for a fraction of the price nowadays. Unless you're a goblin or an oil baron checking for an item above 100k, I think you're going to do at least some minor searching around Wowhead, the Undermined Journal, or whatever, to get what price you should be paying. Well, this is it, because when you think about it, in the EU right now, 100k gold is, you know, how much does it cost to buy a token? It's $20 to buy a token, right? $20 to buy a token. If you're spending 100k on a piece of transmog, that's got a real life value of like $7, you know? If you wanted to go out and just buy the gold to be able to afford that item, there's a real this is why the token does its thing so well. There's a real life value that you can attach to that one appearance. If you spend 100k on something in game, that's like €7. 10 days of gameplay or a shiny new pair of shoulders. Yeah, a lot of people look at it that way. Without doubt. For a new player getting into goal making, what's your advice for the beginning of the expansion? Farm like your life depends on it. Gather materials like you've never gathered materials. There is no possibility where you will not be... there is no way you'll be ever making less than about 50,000 gold an hour for the first month or so of the expansion. Every single hour that you're willing to put into flying around, gathering herbs, gathering ore, gathering elementals, skinning mobs, there is no doubt in my mind that you'll be able to make a rough 50,000 gold an hour doing that. Almost no doubt in my mind. Going into Shadowlands, I had this impression that most people would value their time at about 30,000 gold an hour. What ultimately ended up was that my estimation was on the low side, but my estimation was based on the fact that in BFA we were used to having so many multi-boxers running around gathering materials that was skewing the price of people's time a little bit. Which meant, for the most part, early days of Shadowlands, you could make 50k an hour with very little effort. If you don't have a huge amount of gold right now, my suggestion would very, very heavily be spend the first couple of weeks of the expansion leveling up characters, playing the world content, and at the same time gathering everything that you come across, and just sell it all. Sell it all. Don't try and spend it on crafting stuff. Just sell all of the materials. Because there'll be plenty of people out there that won't want to do any of that and will pay the premium. You kind of have to go through the process of doing the manual labor bit first. And the best time to do it's at the start of an expansion. Best time by far. You could probably start Dragonflight with basically 0 gold, and by the end of the first month be a couple of million richer, for sure. For sure. Just by passively gathering stuff as you level characters and play with factions and, you know, quite easily. You do the comparison to what you'll be able to do at the start of Dragonflight to what you can do now, and it's night and day. My main has been an enchant of ages, so I have 1 open profession slot for gathering as I level. Any predictions on whether herbalism or mining is a preferred choice initially? It's really tough to say because they both feel a little bit broken still on the beta. Herbalism feels more complete than mining does. Mining feels very broken currently. So it's kind of hard to gauge. Yeah, I also don't doubt that skinning would be a terrible idea. There's lots of things you can kill and skin on your leveling. Plus, let's not forget that evokers are a thing. Evokers are a thing. Evokers are going to create a huge demand for male armor, which will in turn take leather workers to craft it, which in turn will take skinners to gather it. I don't think the impact of evokers can be completely discounted. I think they're going to create a huge surge in demand for leather workers. And like I said, the flip side of that is that leather workers are going to need more leather. I'm questioning on whether keeping enchanting this time around. Enchanting, unfortunately, I know I still haven't done an overview video for enchanting. It's because I can't quite decide what I think about it. Like, every time I look at enchanting, I seem to have a different opinion of it. It's really in the middle for me. It's got some potential, but its potential is very much laser focused in like a couple of things. The trick with enchanting is quite simply going to be staying ahead of the curve, and this, you could argue this is the same for all of the professions, but because enchanting is hugely commodity based, everything you're making is, or at least for the most part, is a commodity, which means you're dealing in a market that we've never really experienced. We have the region-wide auction house now, but we definitely have not seen the full effect of a region-wide auction house yet. Because, you know, they added it to the game at a period of time where the least amount of players are playing. When a brand new expansion launches, and it's quite clear that they're going to sell a record number of boxes for Dragonflight, on the simple fact that there seems to be, at least at this point, we are quite far through the development and nobody's really had anything to complain about. There's certainly not been any big, you know, Covenant or Conduit sort of scandals going on. There's been no call for ripcords being pulled. There's none of this weird and wacky stuff going on. The likelihood is their marketing campaign will be very, very successful. In the first month, we're probably going to see record numbers of people playing Dragonflight. Not to mention the amount of people that will come back to play Wrath of the Lich King, and will then likely, due to getting that World of Warcraft bug again, be like, I wonder what this Dragonflight business is about. Everything seems to indicate that we're going to have a very explosive launch of new players. If everything goes to plan, of course. We say that, but we don't really know what the plan is yet, but, you know. I was ahead at the least for the first few weeks in Shadowlands. It was just not worth doing for me. Well, yeah, I mean, work orders are going to play such a big part, and a part that we can't really properly understand yet, which is a touch annoying. I'm hoping this week we see work orders. They made the pre-made level 70 server last week, and it was very clear that most people wanted to utilize that. They were like, where's the profession vendors? Where, like, there seemed to be very clearly a demand for people to test the professions again, because we've been pissing about with herbalism, mining, and skinning for weeks at this point. People know what, you know, you pick up herbs. There's not so much you can say about picking up herbs. People want to know about the ins and outs of the professions, and so I would imagine, if not this week, then next week, they'll switch back on the profession vendors, and it'll be all go for testing professions in detail. And I'll do another sweep of all of the professions and maybe start doing, you know, tier lists and, you know, cheeky things like that.
Have I got a deal for you?
Start seeing, you know, just what's what. No cheapies. Can we cage up anything? Nothing to cage. Oh, Lord. We got to that point already. Strongly believe that the main goal of the work orders is to kill the cancel scanning in the auction house add-ons. I don't think it's the main purpose, but it's definitely a byproduct of. Cancel scanning's not going away. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind. The difference is with cancel scanning is it's more effective on certain things. It's more effective on single big ticket items. Which is, I mean, it was literally perfect storm for legendaries. High-priced, big-ticket, single item with practically no deposit cost. It was like the stars had aligned for the cancel scanning thing, right? Not to mention, everybody wanted to craft and sell legendaries because it was easily the most valuable use of your time for goal-making purposes for the entire expansion. So it was, yeah, the stars aligned in that regard. Cancel scanning will still be a thing, but it just is going to work in a slightly different fashion. You will still have people sitting at the auction house 18 hours a day. But instead of them aggressively cancel scanning, what they'll be doing is just constantly dripping 20 potions onto the auction house. Like every 30 seconds to a minute of every day, somebody will be putting 20 potions on the auction house, keeping a good percentage of their stock at the front of the queue for any time somebody buys a potion. They'll be buying their 20 first, and if anybody else posts theirs in between, then so be it. Maybe you craft 1,000 potions, you drip them in, you spend an hour dripping 20 or so in at a time, and whilst you're doing that on one account, you're making more potions on another account, but there'll be people that will just do that 18 hours a day. It's practically the same thing. It's not going to make it any easier for people to sell their stuff. It's just the method that people use is just slightly more sophisticated than just regular post, cancel. Add-ons though, are going to have a world of fun. Trade Skill Master have got their work cut out, that's for sure. They've got their work cut out, and I have concerns that they just physically do not have the time. They are trying. Let's look at it from the perspective of trying to assess what Trade Skill Master would actually need to do. They need to recreate an interface for a system that Blizzard themselves have not even finished creating. So even when Blizzard finish creating their UI and they finish implementing all of the patterns and they finish the tuning of all of the inspiration and the multi-craft and the resourcefulness. When they've finished the balancing of all of that, then and only then can Trade Skill Master come along and recreate it in their unique interface with all of the Trade Skill Master bonuses slapped on top of it. There's just not enough hours in the day. I would probably suspect that Trade Skill Master will be in a similar situation to what it was at the beginning of Shadowlands. Useful for those that are really, really experienced with the add-on, but tragically bad for those who are just trying to casually use it for some simple stuff. Because I just don't think that they'll be able to have enough time to implement everything that they want to do. My suggestion has been to them, keep it simple, almost so much so that I feel that they should probably can the whole crafting side of it to work on just making sure that the auction house side of Trade Skill Master works. Because that's ultimately what most people are going to care about. Making a fluid, easy to use, scalable crafting system like Trade Skill Master has done over the years should be the long-term goal. But a huge percentage of people that use TSM use it for nothing more than just posting stuff on the auction house. And if they can get that side right, they'll be absolutely fine. But if they mess up the auction house side of things, if they don't give people the ability to put things in the right groups and list things in the way that people want to list things, and if the auctioning operations aren't able to pull from a reliable price source, there's lots of little things like this that's going to make the early days of Dragonflight painful for lesser experienced Trade Skill Master users. Oh, we clearly bought all the cheap deals yesterday, you know. There's nothing anywhere that I'm even remotely interested in buying so far today. Nothing at all. Making that UI is the biggest part of their work, because you have to create the whole system. You have to recreate the whole system yourself. Yeah, exactly. From what is a very simple, at fundamental level, it's basically, like you said, it's recreating exactly what Blizzard do. But today, it's this is your pattern, this is the pattern, this is the materials it needs, and this is what it makes. It's very linear, it's very straightforward. There's been big discussions going on with some people and TSM as of recently to just how is that process going to look in Dragonflight, because no longer is it anywhere near as simple. You've got, this is the recipe that makes this pattern, this item, but dependent on which combination of materials you use, it could produce a totally different thing. And on top of that level of complexity, there's extra more layers of complexity on the material side. There's more levels of complexity on the final crafted item. Then you add optional reagents, finishing reagents, and embellishments on top of that. And on top of all of that, you add in resourcefulness and inspiration and multi-craft and crafting speed. All of these things are just layers upon layers upon layers of complexity over and above what we're used to today. Blizzard themselves, the game developer, are clearly struggling to get all of this implemented. They've done a remarkable job so far of getting it all implemented, but to then expect a small indie add-on developer to replicate all of that in a fraction of the time and add their flavor on top of it, it's not even feasible to expect it to be a thing. Certainly not in the first days of Dragonflight. I did a big buying spree this morning, Soz. Ah, that's why then. Woo's stolen all me cheap deals. That makes sense. Although I've tweaked my shopping scan, Woo. I know you're one of the very, very few people who actually know what my shopping scan does. But I did a few tweaks to it yesterday. I just hope they finally do cross-faction transfer 2 crafters to Alliance. Now I need another bank alt, and it's just a bit of a waste of time. The faction you play matters very little so far. Nowadays, the fact that you can mail from Horde to Alliance characters on the same server and all sorts of stuff. There's, I guess, there's really not that many restrictions in place anymore. I mean, so that you could... Oh, I see. So that, yeah, because Trade School Master still just pretends they're totally separate and ignores them. Yeah, you're right. You would probably need an Alliance bank character and a Horde bank character. That gets a bit weird. Yeah, that gets a bit icky for sure. Yeah, you can mail from your Horde characters to your Alliance characters nowadays. That was a quality of life added quite recently.
I got mouths to feed, pal.
Nothing to cage
What do
up.
you want?
Let me guess. Nothing to buy. Wow. Okay. Nothing to cage. Practically nothing to buy, unless any of these take my fancy. One at 7k. Sure.
If you ever need any.
Yeah, it was one of the. It was a 9.2 something patch. I can't remember exactly which one. This is why I'm very, very tempted to switch around all of my bank characters, make them all Alliance, put them all in the shrine, because it practically doesn't matter anymore. Yeah, very tempted to. So my bank tune can be a goblin even though all my alts are on Alliance. Nice. Yeah, as long as you don't need to be able to track... as long as you're not tracking inventory through TSM and that sort of stuff at the moment, that system can work. This is the thing, right? It's because Trade School Master doesn't do it, people assume it's not possible. It's very weird just how much of a stranglehold Trade School Master as an add-on has over the entire gold making community. I mean, for a long time it's felt a little bit strange to me that Trade School Master practically own the WoW Economy subreddit. They practically own the WoW Economy Discord. Whilst you would, like, it feels a bit odd. Imagine Weak Auras owned the primary #1 Mythic Plus Discord, say, for example. It's just something feels a bit odd about it. Something that you would expect to be completely community driven is practically run and operated by an add-on. It's just a bit strange. It's a bit strange. But of course, it stems from the fact that, you know, similar people share similar interests. So, what in the world is Pappy, and why is it so expensive? Why is it ludicrously expensive? My days. What is going on with this thing? I don't even know what that is. What the hell is this? Where does this thing come from? What's that silly butterfly thing? Fish Jelly Deposit. Storm Song Valley. Why is this thing outrageously expensive? BFA pet from Jellies. It's a butterfly. There's only 148 of them across the entire EU. Jesus. Lord have mercy. Must be rare as all hell if there's that few of them. Damn! 200 bags is not actually a bad price for them either. Not from a flipping perspective, because you lose 5%, so you're going to lose 10k even if you sell it. You'd have to sell it for you'd have 210 plus before you're even making profit. But And it only drops for Alliance? Yeah, I see. Hard to farm. Blizzard also forgot to put it in the game and realized after everybody had already farmed their B mount. Oh, oh, I see. That makes sense then. That makes a lot of sense. This is an example then of something that's rare because it's genuinely rare and it's scarce. But it seems to me, it gives the impression to me that, I mean, it has a sale rate of 0.01, but that's probably only there due to people flipping them or trying to flip them. The only sales that you're likely to see of these are people who are flipping it. I can't imagine there's much organic demand for this. You might get a wonder sale once in a blue moon. 200k is not I don't have the gold to buy it on this server anyway, but as it stands, that's genuinely the cheapest price you'll see it for in the EU right now. $200k is absolutely the... But you got some of the big realms. Look, Silvermoon 220, Twisting Nether 215. Yeah, you've got some of the big servers. And no surprises, Alliance-dominated servers, right? Yeah. But the core cluster of them is even Draenor 300k. Biggest Horde server 300k. It probably wouldn't be a bad flip. The downside is I don't have 200k on this realm. So, unfortunately, I'll pass on that one. But this is another example, right? This is where you just need to do it. You just need to learn this stuff. You guys know all of the answers already. It surprises me every time I ask what seemingly to me is a difficult question, and 25 of you are just like, oh yeah, it's easy, it's this. So maybe a lot of you are further ahead than even I am, but okay. Well, we're clearly not buying anything over here either. Are we caging anything up? Oh, that stupid bubbling thing we've just bought. Okay.
I know a buyer when I see one.
Pets for collectors. Hazel was farming it for ages on stream. Oh, really? Ahaha. Instead of spending 200,000 gold, or what to Hazel would probably be, because she plays on the NA servers, right? That's a token. It probably would have cost her $20. Instead of paying $20 to just buy the pet, she farmed it for content. Clever, smart, and probably made more than 20 bucks in ad revenue, subs, and bits. Clever. Content creator brain there. Why spend real money on something when you can make real money farming it for content? Genius. I'm all about that life. I should do more of that myself. That's the core of her content, right? Collecting stuff. I'm not too sure. I've watched a few bits and bobs of Hazel's YouTube across the years. Yeah, I've never really watched her live stream. It's an odd place to leave the camera, but sure. She's done some very, very well constructed guides and things in the past, so she does a good job of getting the whole YouTube driving traffic system. She's got that on lockdown. A slimy slee slug. I'll have a slimy slee slug. Yoink. A slimy slee slug. A slimy octopode. Twitch is mostly farming, chatting. YouTube is more guides and news. It's the way to do it, I think. It's the way to do it. If I was a little bit more organised about how I did things, I would probably fall into that sort of category quite quickly and easily. The difference for me is I try to not make my live stream feel like another avenue of content. My live stream for me is just me going about doing what I would normally be doing anyway, but with the advantage of I can chat to you guys while I do it. Practically nothing to buy over here either. Is there any good money to be made on Brewfest? Let's have a think. Brewfest, what are you going to be doing on Brewfest? There's personal gains in Brewfest. I don't think there's much you're going to be selling. There's... I think it was exactly this time last year that we all the things to Brewfest, and I quite think I maxed out Brewfest last year. Tankard sold okay-ish last year. See, they probably... See, there once again, the Tankard... Was it Tankard of Terror or something? Tremendous Tankard of Terror. Why is there so many variations of it? I don't understand. Lots of them end up getting mispriced. I imagine they probably do, yeah. You can drop at any item level. Yeah, I see. By the way, during my weekend in Helsinki a couple of weeks back, we found this amazing place, Cafe Board Game. Ever been there? We really liked the place, so we spent 2 evenings there. I've heard of it. I've never been. But I have heard of it. And yeah, a few people have suggested going there. I mean, I don't feel I need to really explain to people what it is. It's just a cafe. It's just a place where you can chill out, and they have loads of board. In fact, I think I've been there once, but a long time ago. It's practically just like a huge amount of different board games, and the whole emphasis is people go there in groups and just chill out and eat some snacks and have a few drinks and play some board games. It's a very interesting variety in the item level, or the level requirements on these. Yeah, Brewfest wise, I can't really, certainly off the top of my head, I can't think of much that's super lucrative. There's lots of, the fact that there's 2 mounts, which are, a bit of a personal achievement for people. And there's a few things that you've got to farm up the Brewfest tokens, or whatever they're called, to buy. A couple of toys and bits and pieces like that. But most of it's bind on pickup, and most of it is for your own personal collection. I don't think from a gold making perspective, there's a huge amount for it, but the pets, there's that little weasel thing. What's it called? The Walpertinger or something. There we go. There we go. I called it a weasel. It's probably not a weasel, is it? The downside of Brewfest is that it's been in the game practically forever. So it's kind of like, yeah, the pets and stuff is... Pets for most of the seasonal events, the pets are really meh at this point. They're usually the cheaper, easier things to buy with any form of, seasonal currency. They're not really heavily in demand. maybe it might not be a terrible idea for me to have a look at it and maybe do a refresh on the guide possibly for it. Did I ever do a Brewfest guide? I might not have ever even done a Brewfest guide simply for the fact that there might not be all that much about it. Did I ever do a Brewfest guide? I can't remember. Let me check. Knowing the way I title things, I'd have put the word Brewfest in the title. No video contains the word Brewfest. So, I'm assuming I've never bothered to do a video about it. Hang on, we don't need to scan everything. Slimy Octopode. Do I want one at level 25? I suppose it prevents me having to level one, doesn't it? Enchanted Brooms. Enchanted Brooms, not a terrible price. What's the average on this thing? Uh, 15k on an Enchanted Broom is, yeah, yoink. Sure.
Glad I could help.
Hallow's End, though. Yeah, we'll probably start to see a few of them because of Hallow's End, but... any idea if the Shadowlands pre-patch pet has increased in price? I've got like 15 of them sat in my guild bank. I genuinely can't even remember what it was. Can you name the hunter pet snake after me? He do be cute. Oh, the Putrid Geist one. I've sold a fair few of those, actually, thinking about it. Yeah, I've sold a fair few of those. What about the 40 fell bats I can't shift from Legion? Those sorts of things are usually a good thing to maybe, you know, buy a bunch of. It's one of those that it's a long shot, right? It's one of those that will either make you nothing or it'll make you a millionaire. All or nothing sort of opportunities for the most part on those, I reckon. Why have I got green cabbage seeds? Okay. Oh, I know why I've got green cabbage seeds. That's the reason I've got nearly 5 million gold on Draenor now. Because I sold a very expensive cabbage seed yesterday. Does Trade Skill Master track that? It does. Sure. One of my best sales ever. When somebody asks me what one of my best sales ever is, I can tell them a green cabbage seed. 4,750,000 gold. That was a good sale of a green cabbage seed. Unfortunately, I paid for it myself, so I don't think it really counts. Technically, I sold a green cabbage seed and lost 250,000 gold, but... Not everybody needs to know that. Maybe I'll use it in a thumbnail. Maybe I'll transfer Gold Cap from A to B, and I'll use that for a thumbnail. How to sell green cabbage seeds for Gold Cap. My TSM ledger is going to end up being full of those commodity gold transfer sales.
You break it, you buy it.
Somebody's having a field day crafting turquoise bauble worms at the moment. What is this shenanigans? What is going on here? Do I want to buy a bajillion turquoise bauble worms to spread around different servers? It's one of those, isn't it? It's one of those I probably should buy a bunch, but at the very same time, I'm unlikely to really do much with these ever, am I? I will have a few. Turquoise bauble worm. It's one of the ones that you can create by running around and collecting a bunch of grey items. Believe it or not, you trade in three very specific grey items to a vendor, and you can buy the turquoise bauble worm. Same with the ruby. Same with the. Oh shit! What's the other one? There's a third one. I can't remember what it was. But yeah, they're the little worms, and then there's the flawless amethyst bauble worm, which is the big one that is 10,000 pet charms. Odds are it's going to increase in price come Dragonflight. It may also end up being one of those ones that nobody ever cares about once Shadowlands is over as well. But I'll buy a handful of them. It's not like they're overly expensive. If you win, you win. If you lose, you lose. It doesn't really matter. I'll spread a bunch of them out across a bunch of realms and probably drip sell a few of them out. This is why I'm transferring gold to some of the bigger servers at the moment, so that I can, you know, buy in bulk a little bit more. Buy in bulk and then take advantage of that as time goes on.
Got it. You don't want it.
Do we have anything for...
Can I lighten that coin
anything for
purse for ya?
sale? Rune cloth bandages as well.
Hey, can I interest you with a...
Got a whole bunch of the BFA Battlefront pets. Nobody needs them. Unfortunately, Battlefronts, the war fronts were... The problem with those is that everybody was incentivized to go and do that content, meaning that most people already have them. It's going to be the big issue with that sort of market. Some of the pets from Shadowlands that I'll probably stock up on before we move into Dragonflight will be ones that come from rares that aren't guaranteed drops, you know, or ones that require certain reputation with certain factions to get, this sorts of things. Things that are a little bit more out there, a little bit more so that you have to actually put effort in to get them. They're never going to be, you know, super duper high value stuff, but they'll hold their value and likely increase it slightly, so. Goddamn stupid resonant echoes are always on the cheap over here. I'm wondering how many of them I'm going to be interested in, because their sale rate is pretty tragic. And they're getting remarkably cheap, as people are desperately trying to sell them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 resonant echoes here for like 16k. That's got to be close to, if not the cheapest. I can't imagine these are much cheaper than this. Silvermoon, 16k, 7 of them available. Yeah, quite literally the cheapest in the entire EU. I mean, the average, like, you don't have to go too far before you start doubling your money on them, though. Maybe until I have at least one listed on every server. There's a whole bunch of servers where people are keeping them at like 60, 70k. You only need one of those sales to pay for like 2 or 3 of them. I might have a few. How much gold have we got over here? We got a few bags over here. Maybe we'll have a few considering they are literally the cheapest. You can transfer gold across servers? Yes. Yeah, basically you buy you need 2 accounts to do it. You find a commodity item that you can buy out the entire market for. You buy out all of them, and then you list one for an outrageous amount of gold, and then you go buy it on your other account. And in turn, that then allows you to transfer from A to B. If you're doing pets at the moment, you could get the Vengeful Chicken in Waycrest Manor today. More importantly, I could see if they're cheap. Was it called Vengeful Chicken? Cutting edge poultry science from a quest line. Kazakh, 16k a piece. Draenor, 16k a piece. 2 biggest servers in the EU have got them at the remarkably cheap price of 16k each. Whereas quite quickly you can get to 25, 30k seems to be the regular listing price on these. There's a cluster of them up with the cheaper realms. Might not be a bad one to keep an eye on in the next couple of days then. Anybody that does go out and get said chicken, that they may try and list them cheap for a quick sale. Snag a few cheap ones up. I'm certainly not going out farming stuff. But still, good suggestion. Thank you. Appreciate it. Stupid Pappy again. Not too sure there's much here that I'm overly bothered about. Yet more turquoise bauble worms. Has there been some buff to some farm or something for the grey item on these? I should probably have worked that out before I went and bought a bunch of them, but you know, you win some, you lose some. Leper rat. That seems remarkably cheap. And there's only one of them. What is this thing? Dig rat. Oh, there's lots of rats. Leper rat. Where are you? From Dunmara? What the hell is this? Radiation from all the machinery in Nomagon gives these rats a soft green glow when looked at in absolute darkness. Okay, it's a skanky rat. Sure. Skanky. There's less than 200 skanky rats. That's remarkably rare. And 35k is equally one of the cheapest prices for a skanky rat. Well, we'll have a cheap skanky rat then. If you want more pets on Silvermoon, I can trade you a fair few. I'm not selling them anymore. Depends what they are. The honest answer is if you post them for cheap enough, I'll buy them off you anyway. Yeah. And if I don't, somebody else will. Honestly, though, there's no point sort of giving stuff away for free, though. If you're not selling them right now, don't worry about it too much. Just throw them in a guild bank. Or just, you know, make them part of a TSM operation. Send them to a bank character. And it will just list them passively. You won't have to think about it too much. Unless we're talking, like, I don't know. Are we talking, like, 10 pets here? Or are we talking 1,000 pets? Because that obviously makes a difference. There's about a guild bank's worth. A single tab or a full guild worth. Because that could be quite a sizable amount of pets. 5 tabs full of pets. Okay, that's quite a few. Wow, nothing cheap on Taran Mill. Woo definitely has been in and hoovered up a bunch of cheap stuff. What did I just pay for those resonant echoes a minute ago? I really should have paid attention to what I just paid for these, but these are... I paid less than this, didn't I? Flawless amethyst bauble worms, less than 70k now.
Go in peace.
I don't actually sell pets on Taran Mill though. I only use Taran Mill as a buy realm. 16k for the echo. Yeah, I think it was about that sort of price. I've got a huge stack of cash on Taran Mill, which I'm not doing a huge a lot with, so which is why I'm using that realm to buy a bunch of pets on where necessary. I'm struggling to decide on my preferred method of buying pets though, because there comes a point where I'm going to need to rotate through all of my characters to relist things. Now the sensible thing for me to do would be at the very same time as I relist all of my pets to shop for cheap pets at that time as well. But then what often tends to happen is I browse for pets and I go, oh, that looks remarkably cheap. And then when I do a comparison against the region, there ends up being lots of other places I can buy the same pet cheaper. And so it makes a lot of sense for me to then go to wherever it is the cheapest and buy it from there. So it's kind of weird. I'm both searching on the realms and then using sort of outside tools such as the Oribos Exchange to hoover up the best deals from around the place. I think that might, you know, a bit of a combination of the both is probably the smart way of doing it anyway, but... Glyph of Lavish Servings is up to 99 gold. You mean a glyph is nearly selling for 3 figures? What's going on? Don't people know the glyph market's dead? Nothing of real interest here unless I want to buy more of these flipping pappies, which I still can't because I still don't have enough gold on the server where they're being sold cheap.
Come back anytime. Cha-ching!
I had a little look at my TSM ledger as well. Spent over 1 million gold on pets again yesterday. This is turning into a bit of a habit that's starting to get quite expensive. Quite expensive. Ah, no, wrong realm. We missed one. We missed Blackrock. Let's go back to Blackrock. Now that I'm starting to really beeline into buying the pets as cheap as possible, though, it's I think the profit's going to start rolling in a little bit more steadily now. Doesn't necessarily need to be, you know, very quick. I'm not in any rush. Oh no, Manthius, how will you pay for your sub? I don't even know. You know, I don't even know. I should put up a poor counter on the screen, shouldn't I? I don't even know. Maybe I'll go do some raw gold farming. Start a GoFundMe. Maybe.
I know a buyer when I see one.
Microlicids, resonant echoes, proto-tickles. Nothing that's particularly cheap though.
Coming in soon.
Grab out a bunch of these ones we've recently bought. Share the love.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Adding to the pot whatever we're raising funds for.
Hey, gumdrops, my man. Thank you very much. Appreciate the tier 1. Thank you, thank you. I'm raising funds to start developing a competitor for TSM. No, I'm not. I don't know the first thing about add-on development, so you're safe. Conflict of interests there, gumdrops. No, I wouldn't even know where to start. Unsubscribed. Quick, reverse. Cancel, call the credit card company, back it up, back it up.
Goblin products are built to blast. Hey, that's it. I got
Right, Eridar. Gotta be something here. Gotta be something here. Did I even check the mailbox on that tune? I don't even think I did. I'm really not playing very optimally today. I'm hungry. I can't believe it. We've only been streaming for 2 hours and I'm hungry already. This is not this does not bode well for when we start testing the beta in a minute. I need to order some lunch. One thing I don't understand is why are all your bank accounts Volpera hunters and not goblins? No real reason. No real reason. Volpera can naturally hold a few more things than a goblin can.
Have I got a
No
deal
real
for
reason.
you?
The extra, what was it, like extra 4 slots or something? And the fact, well, yeah, the fact that they start literally in Orgrimmar is a clear bonus. It means the speed of getting them set up is like seconds instead of minutes, which may to most people not make much of a difference, but those extra 10 levels as well. There's account recovery isn't available for characters under level 10, I think. So if you take an unforeseen vacation and lose a load of stuff in the mailbox, if it's on a level 1 character, you are shit out of luck. Because as far as Blizzard are concerned, level 1 characters don't exist. I think level 10 is the first point to which you can do like mail recovery and stuff on them. So a Volpera is a safe, quick, and easy option, I guess, is probably the main reasons. It used to be level 10 for mail recovery, but we've had a level squish since then, so it might be different nowadays. I don't even know. I'm lucky that I don't have to test it very frequently. I can't remember the last time I didn't play World of Warcraft for more than 30 days at a time, so... Wow. Big old fat load of nothing on this realm and all.
Pleasure doing business.
That was a quick server. Is it a good idea to... It's a good idea to start experience with skinning and leatherworking on your main. If you're... I tend to have the opinion that if you're going gathering, gather all of the things, don't gather some of the things. Oh, start the expansion. Whoa, maybe. It's a very common thing for people to do, to pair up professions so that they can then be self-sufficient. From a gold making perspective, though, it's not a good idea. From a gold making perspective, if the stuff you're going to craft or gather you're looking to sell instead of using it for yourself, you're best off optimizing for the sale. So if you're going to then go out into the world and gather things, you want to be gathering as much things as you can in the same amount of time. So having double gathering professions is the best way to go. For example, the exact reason to why everybody takes herbalism and mining together, because it just makes a lot more sense to pick up all of the stuff instead of picking up half of the stuff. If you're going to dedicate an hour of time to go out and gather things to sell, you might as well gather as much as you can. And on the flip side, if you're going to have crafting professions, if you are going to utilize those crafting professions in an efficient fashion, you really shouldn't be spending time gathering. You should have enough gold to be able to buy the materials you need to then craft the things, to then craft at scale and to craft a lot of stuff. Crafting is all about doing as much as you can in the shortest amount of time possible. You want to be able to log on to your crafter, let's say leatherworking, because that's the example you give. You would want to log on to your leather worker, find a list, very quickly generate a list of what things you need to craft, probably because you've sold a bunch of stuff, or, fill in the gaps of stuff you're missing. You want to get that list of things that you want to craft. You want to go to the auction house, very quickly buy the materials that you need for those, craft them up, and then get them listed on the auction house. What you want to do is try and do that as much as you can and as quick as you can. And then if it takes you 20 minutes to do one profession, you can have 2 professions on one character. That means in less than an hour, you can log on to a single character with 2 crafting professions, craft a whole bunch of stuff and get it listed on the auction house. And then move on and potentially do it on an alt. If you get that list of things you need to craft and then you need to have to go and farm for 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours to gather everything you need, it takes a lot longer and your results are going to be comparable. So it's, either double crafting or double gathering is my suggestion for most people. And like I said, it's different if you're doing it just to, if you're a mage, it makes sense to have tailoring, and it makes sense for you to craft your own gear. If that's your goal, to be self-sufficient and to craft your own gear, then sure, do as you please. But from a goal-making perspective, you want double gathering or double crafting is the way I'd at least suggest people do it. Feline, Familiar, and Widget are both starting to pop up remarkably cheap at the moment. Presumably people are aware that a new batch of them is going to turn up before too long. Hyacinth Macaw, this is one I don't see on the list very frequently. Unlikely to sell many of those though. Dark Moon Cub. Not huge amounts of profit in that, but he's always a good one to have spread around. Well, maybe... Oh, no, they're all leveled ones. I don't want leveled ones. The irony is I don't want them to be level 25 right now, because I only sell level 1 pets. Alright, probably not going to be buying anything over here then. What's the option for caging stuff up? Is there anything to cage up? A couple of things to cage up. My hunter's the odd one out on that rule. Skinner and leatherworking. Like I said, it's up to you how you do it. Leatherworking has the benefit of it practically being like two professions in one anyway, because you're crafting both leather and mail, which is a bit of an odd choice. Why no 25s? Simply because I'm trying to preserve my own collection as well at the same time as doing this. If I start caging up and selling level 25s as well, I'm going to end up hemorrhaging through my own personal collection. The downside of doing pets on my primary account, that whilst it's a frustration for most that there's only 3 slots, you can only have 3 duplicates of each pet, I'm in a world where I can only actually have 2 because of my own desire to collect them all as well. And so any 25s I'm choosing not to list. I'll keep the 25s for myself. So, honestly, not a very logical reason, but a reason all the same. Is there any use for pet charms? I've got like 5k of them. Yes, there's lots of vendors throughout the game. So you're not checking the keep 1 in the book option in Battle Pet Cage Match. I can't remember. It's actually been a hell of a long time since I've looked at the add-on. I just press the button and go. Shift click for options. How many pets to cage? 1. Minimum level 1, maximum level 1. Only cage when quantity is at 2 or above. Is there a keep 1 in the book option? I don't think there is a keep 1 in the book option. The add-ons never worked for me, like literally never. Always sends me errors and doesn't cage with my parameters. It's a bit finicky. There's a weird English word that probably doesn't translate very well. It's something like, for example, the custom pet list and the blacklist options have never worked for me. Some things work and some things don't. It's very rough around the edges, which is why I don't mess with it. I have it at a way that it works, and it works. So, yeah. How to handle favorite? Maybe I could just do it so that a pet I want to keep, I just favorite it, and I don't include favorited pets in the list. It's going to make my journal look funny though, right? I don't know. I don't know. I put, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I probably should sell the 25s and all. It's another one of those things I've not really dove too deep into thinking about, but I absolutely should.
I got what you need.
Add-ons really frustrating. It's both frustrating and an absolute godsend. I quite clearly wouldn't be able to do this as efficient. Like, I mean, I don't do it in an efficient fashion in the first place, but there's no way I'd be able to do it even half as efficient as I can if it wasn't for that add-on. That said, though, yeah, I get it. That it's, you know, it doesn't always work the way you want it to. I need to stop buying shitty cheap pets and all. Now that I can transfer gold places quickly and easily, there's no desire for me to sell anything under the value of about 10,000-15,000 gold. I really tend not to care about anymore. Sort of building on what we started talking about right at the beginning of the stream today. I tend to think that cheap things are cheap for a reason, for most cases. In most scenarios, cheap things are cheap because nobody wants them. That's the reason they're cheap. The only other viable reason why something is cheap is because there's too many of them in relative terms to the amount of people that want them. So practically the same issue, just, you know, with a few more words attached to it. That also doesn't mean, though, that expensive things are expensive because everybody wants them and they're rare. Because, you know, manipulation of pricing definitely happens, but...
Yeah? What do you want?
But you can still sell cheap items. But, yeah, sometimes. It's weird, right? You tend to find that there's a... I've noticed this, the more that I've played around with this. There's a category of pets between the value of about 1,500 gold and 4,000 gold that just do not sell. Just straight up do not sell. If you're posting and selling things under 1,000 gold, you'll still probably quite frequently sell those. Once it goes much above 1,000 gold to about the 4,000 to 5,000 gold mark, practically doesn't sell. But you go above sort of 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 gold, and then you'll start seeing things sell again. And the reason that they're priced at that point is because there is actually a steady flow of something going on. It's a little bit of a, you know, this is another one of those things that there was no way I would have ever have believed somebody that told me that until I kind of saw it with my own eyes. So I equally understand if you guys don't, if you think I'm talking out my ass, but my experience so far has taught me that there's like this weird sort of pricing on pets where they're cheap because not really people want them, but they're still a little bit too expensive. For, you know, you get those people that occasionally will just come in and buy all of the cheap pets that they need for their collection. But, you know, 3,000-4,000 gold is maybe a little bit above what most people would just, you know, hoover up a bunch of cheap stuff at. It's weird. It's hard to describe, but more so why I'm now starting to make the shift into only really dealing with sort of 10k plus pets, because 10k plus pets are usually going to have at least one good thing going for them. Either they're expensive because they're rare, and so there is actually some scarcity about them, or they're expensive because there's enough of a demand to prevent them from going cheap. If either one of those two things is true, I'm interested. If neither of those things are true, that's probably where you get 2,000 gold pets from. If you graphed out the correlation between cost and volume available, it'd be pretty close in general for pets. Just let my non. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, you're probably right. So natural scarcity, and the pet market is one that there's enough people that play the pet market to naturally spread the wealth of pets out. Which, yes, probably does mean that if there's 500 pets available across the EU, if there's 500 pets, they're probably 2,000 to 3,000 gold apiece. If there's only 400 pets, they might be a little bit more expensive. Any pet that there's less than 200 of across the entire EU is probably a 25k plus pet. If you check pets under 1,000 gold, there'll probably be thousands of them available with some on every single realm. But pets over 100k, there's lots of realms that have a 0 stock. So it's rarity that's pushing up the price. Yeah, like I said, as long as it's got one of the two key features for me. Either it's rare because it's rare and it's inherently got value in it because it's rare. Or it's rare because enough people are frequently buying it to prevent it from being cheap. Did I check this realm for cheap stuff? I did. I was probably then trying to post stuff on this realm. I still, for some reason, had a brown snake on this realm. Not quite sure why.
Treasure was all mine.
This is where some of the some people are much better at goal making than I am, because I tend to go a lot by feeling. There are a couple of community members that go a lot more off data. Obviously, Woo being one of them. Far more backs things. So, yeah. Do you have data to back up your theory? In many cases, I don't. But I go by feelings and I go by experience. Probably far less a reliable method, but if it works, it works. Right, we're drawing to a close on Project Pet for today. I think we've got maybe only a couple of realms left. I know this was this took a lot, like most things I do. This took a lot longer for me to do than I expected. I was expecting to quickly log on, do a quick scan for cheap stuff, and then log off. But it ended up taking me a lot longer because I get distracted. Right, nothing to buy. Are we caging anything up? One day I'll macro this cage button as well. Nothing to cage up. Right, this is a dead realm. Move on. That's one data point I'd love for TSM to show. To be honest, number available on the whole region. Total available quantity. Yeah. It must be a data point that Blizzard provides though, right? Through the API? Maybe, because I suppose it will do now for commodity items. But for regular items, it probably actually doesn't. So they'd have to generate it themselves. Favourite pet was Bonkers from Timeless Isles, was bind on pickup until it wasn't. Leveled 6 characters there, so ended up with 26 of them. Nice. The Undermine Journal / Ouroboros works it out somehow. Yeah, I guess it's a requirement of third parties then to figure it out. What have we got here then? Microbots. See, this is a good example of something that I feel falls into that category of it's just a little bit too expensive for most people to be hoovering it up. But also, I don't think it's quite as difficult to get for it to be... have any air of scarcity about it. I mean, I'm still going to buy 2 of them because I'm an idiot, but... Then you look at something like a Gilded Wader that practically is trash, but the fact that it's just annoying as all hell to get means that there's probably not much more than 200, 250 of these across the entire EU. Let's look at Gilded Wader. Gilded Wader. Yeah, nearly to the exact. There's like 205 across the EU. Now, when there's when there's 90, I think I worked it out as 93 auction houses. That's an average of only 2 of these per server. 2 per server, which is why you tend to end up with scenarios where you'll have realms with none. Oh, 5k, Jesus. You'll have realms with none, and then you'll have realms with some. Your trick is to get your stock onto the realms that has none, meaning you're posting things at normal price. This is probably why my success with pets has not been too great so far, because I'm buying on high population servers, and I'm then reselling again on high population servers. So I'm getting, for the amount of pets that I'm buying and selling, I'm getting reasonable turnover, but my profit margin is super skinny. Once I spread out a little bit further and start spreading out to the lower pop realms, that's when you'll start to see the big individual profit sales, which help cover the cost of all of the other sales that you haven't got yet, and where the profit starts to roll in. If you had, a whole bunch of these, and you had them on these realms, Khadgar, Dragonmoor, Ungaro, Azune, any of these places where there isn't one at all, where there's zero quantity of that pet, is where you want to be taking and listing your pet, because then you get to pick the price. You can go, right, boom, let's put one in at 250k, let's put one in at 600k, do silly stuff, And this is kind of like what we were saying, right? There's going to be those few realms out there where that pet just isn't available. Just flat out is not physically available on that realm. And then you'll get a cluster of like a handful, like Silvermoon, Draenor, there's 7 or 8 apiece. So there's competition on these servers. The competition drives the price down. You buy them on Silvermoon, you buy them on Draenor for 120k apiece. And then you take them to your Dragonmoors, your Khadgars, your Ungaros, and you list them for double and triple the price you paid. Now, you need to sell them for double or triple the price on these servers, because it may take you a long time to sell them. But that one sale at triple the price covers the cost of you not selling it on 2 other realms. You break even very quickly. And then you get into a position where you've broken even with the amount that you've spent on them. And then any spares you have, you can sell them for whatever the hell you want, wherever the hell you want them. So I've got the problem right now that I'm still clustered very heavily on the full pop servers, to give me good opportunity to buy stuff at the cheap price. But I'm equally not spread out far enough to be able to post them many places where I have, free reign of the price I sell it for. Which is why I need to expand further. I should, in theory, have probably not worked from the top down. I went from top down in server capacity, which means I'm practically on all of the full pops, all of the high pops, and only a handful of medium pops. But it's also a bit risky to, send a 1 million, 2 million gold worth of pets onto a low population server, knowing that you may go an entire month and probably not even sell a single pet because there's nobody there. It's risk reward, I suppose. God, I geek out about this stuff an unnecessary amount. Nobody should be putting this much thought into selling little virtual pets in a video game, but somehow I am. I think it's necessary. I think there are some people that would argue otherwise. You're helping me make gold. Well, this tends to be the thing, right? I'm quite sure that people end up making more gold off the stuff I talk about on stream than I do myself. I'm quite sure of that. If that's the case, I'm happy to, I'm happy to do it. More than happy to do it. Right, I think we've got 3 more realms to go. Let's see if we can quick fire through these 3 realms. And then I might go head over to the beta. Have a little poke around the beta. Maybe we'll do some herbing and mining in one of the zones. I'm slowly but surely starting to create a bit of a map of resources in Dragonflight as well. As I've got a nice little add-on working on the beta to track herbs and ore.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Not a gobbling, but your tips help me make enough gold for rating and M+.
Hey, nice one. There we go. Kim, thank you very much for the prime. Well, that's the goal, right? That's the goal. You don't need to make all of the gold. You just need to be happy with some of the gold. And if some of the gold is good enough for you to play the game the way that you want, perfect situation. Perfect. That's a win. Not only is that a win, that's also very cheap. That's remarkably cheap. We'll take that. Before I even finish my scan, I'll take that one. Violent Poultrid for 5k. That's a third of the regional sale average. Genius. A few more of those wouldn't go amiss. Thinking of picking herbalism and mining for the main when leveling the main, then send the mats to crafter alts. You are absolutely 100% better off selling them. You are a mile if you're, because right, I'm gonna drop some harsh truths here. The early days crafting markets will be dominated by people that have more gold than sense. Because the way that Dragonflight is going to work is it's going to be all about getting access to your materials at the cheapest price humanly possible, and at the very same time maximizing 100% maximizing your specializations in certain directions with the professions. You're 10 times better off if you're going to be leveling, picking up herbalism and mining, and putting everything on the auction house the very second you get it. And I'm not even talking about doing an hour's worth of leveling, 2 hours worth of leveling, and then going and putting all of your auctions up for sale. Literally, you want to be you want to have, you want to, if you find a couple of you want to be posting all of your materials that you get practically the instant you get them. If you happen to have the long boy, you are in you're light years ahead of the game in terms of an advantage in the first week. Plan on herbing and mining my way to 70. It's interesting, the more I've looked at Dragonflight as of recently, the less I feel the necessity to level my characters to 70 very quickly. Because there's not really so much benefit early days to be doing it. Or just sit on the shrine with a second account. All that, yeah. You can start chipping away at most of the things you need to very quickly and easily the second you get into Dragonflight. Within 40 minutes, you have access to dragon riding. Within 40 minutes of having access to dragon riding, throw another hour, maybe 2 on top of that. You can have maxed out your dragon riding. You can have flown around. You can have picked up all of the talent nodes. You can now have 6 vigor and a much faster recharge speed. Then you can fly around having full access to all of the herbs and nodes across the entire map. In many cases, which you can just cherry pick the ones that you go and get, right? So that you avoid aggro. And then it doesn't matter if you're herbing and mining in a level 60 zone or a level 70 zone, because you're not going to engage in combat anyway. Because you're gonna swoop down, you're gonna pick up the herb, and then you're gonna get back on your mount and you're gonna zip off. If you're a class that has stealth or an aggro dropping ability, all the better. And you could, in theory, slowly level your way to 70 that way. Now, that's not going to help you because you are still going to need to do the campaign. You're not going to unlock world quests. You're not going to unlock the proper end game until you've done the campaign anyway. But maybe do the campaign, herb and mine at the same time. Sell literally all of those materials that you get on the process to level 70. And then decide what you want to do. Do you want to, continue flying around, herbing and mining, and make probably 50 to 100k an hour? You could do that for a couple of days and then maybe switch to a crafting profession. I don't know. Or you might find that the way that even gathering works in Dragonflight, day 1, you'll make 50 to 100k an hour off very, very few, very low quality materials. But if you stick with gathering, you can be ahead of the curve with gathering as well. You can get to a point where you can farm more efficiently than everybody else. You will be gathering more ore, more herbs per node. Not only will you be gathering more, you'll also be gathering them at a higher quality, which in the early days is going to only boost your performance all the more so. I genuinely think for most players, this is the concern, right? This is the concern with Dragonflight, that it's really good that all this new crafting system's come into play. But I feel that for most people are 10 times better off focusing on gathering. It kills me to say that because I understand that gathering for the most part is not necessarily the most interesting content in the game. But it's going to be super lucrative at the beginning. Super lucrative. Because everything will be dramatically overpriced. Tier 3 quality materials will sell for a boatload in the first week or so of Dragonflight. Absolutely disgusting money. Unnecessarily so as well. And it's because crafters won't yet have learned that quality 3 materials don't matter that much. There's very, very rarely a situation where top quality materials is going to matter that much. The only time you're going to use any quality of material that above quality 1 is so that you can push to guarantee yourself to craft something at a new quality level. Now, in the first few days, the first week or so, that's really not going to be too big of a thing. You're certainly not going to want to pay an exponentially increased amount of gold for your materials to achieve that. It just will not be worth it. But crafters won't realize that for a while, because most people who will be playing with the crafting professions will have very little experience in crafting, and so won't necessarily see this too quickly. Or they won't see it until it's a little bit too late and they've overspent on all of their materials. This is why this is why I feel that they need to carefully look at how they manage gathering, because the picture that is being painted on the beta right now, people have had a couple of weeks of herbalism, mining and skinning on the beta, and they've been painted a very pretty picture that quality matters a lot. You take a look at the forums, you take a look at the people who've been commenting on herbalism and mining. Most people are saying that they are practically never getting top quality materials. which means the natural thing is going to be is that if and as and when you do get those top quality materials, they're going to be priced outrageously high. And of course, there'll be crafters out there that will buy them at these extraordinarily high prices because they'll be of the assumption that they make a big difference to them when crafting. The reality is not so much. The reality is not so much. Then Blizzard buffs the drop rate. No, not even that. It's pre-programmed in to be this way. It's pre-programmed in. When you're a basic bitch gatherer, when you just pick up the profession, when you just start, you don't get top quality stuff. But enough talent points in, enough specialization in, you then start getting flooded with them. So it's deliberately by design. It's deliberately done by design by the looks of things. A basic bitch gatherer. Yeah, sorry, I should have... I maybe should have buttered that up a little bit. But do you know how we get the talent points? For the profession? Yeah, there's a multitude of different ways you can gather, get profession knowledge. There's dailies that can be done that will award you with talent points. There's one-time quests when leveling that can be turned in for talent points. You gain talent points. Well, I should call them knowledge points, technically. You gain knowledge points. In many cases, the first time you craft an item, you'll get a knowledge point, and you'll also get some artisan's metal. There's a bunch of different ways. Even for gathering, you randomly pick up knowledge just through gathering. There's an uncommon, a rare, and an epic gathering token. Where's Discord gone? I posted one in Discord yesterday. So I found this yesterday. I know it's pretty goddamn small, isn't it? I found this yesterday when out herbing on the beta. A epic Dream Bloom study to increase your Dragon Isles herbalism knowledge by 3. So this is the epic one. There's a rare one. There's an uncommon one as well. The rare one gives you +2 knowledge. The uncommon one gives you 1 knowledge. So the more time you spend actively herbing and mining, the more knowledge you will have in it. And slowly but surely, you'll grind your way into a position where you gather more herbs and you gather better quality herbs. So you kind of... this is the big significant difference to most people. For 18 years in this game, you've had a little leveling bar that goes from 1 to 100, or, well, in vanilla it went 1 to 300, but it goes from 1 to 100, and by the time it's full, you are optimal. Then it's all about having the most optimal farming route. Optimal farming routes, they'll matter, but nowhere near as much as just having more knowledge in your profession will matter come Dragonflight. This is why so many people are going to get caught out by all these changes, because they've literally flipped it on its head. Like, gathering is going to... I mean, the fundamentals are the same, but the way that you progress with them is completely different. And it's also slightly worrying that people won't like it. Because people, up until now, have never really, apart from us lot, because we're the weird ones, right? Most people have not necessarily given much time or thought to the professions ever. Now that there's a full-on progression system and dedicated content around them, it's going to be a bit of a surprise to people that you do actually need to work on them. You are actually going to need to level them up. You're going to need to spend time doing it. It does worry me slightly, because I can't prove this either way. It worries me slightly that you could just, in theory, just herb and mine 24 hours a day and get to a point where you are just miles ahead of everybody else in terms of optimization. Now, it doesn't matter too heavily for gathering if you can just power it and just zerg it. It matters a lot, though, if you can do the same with crafting. Crafting needs to be a little bit more controlled. in how quickly people can level it up. Because a lot of stuff is balanced around you not being able to craft the higher quality stuff at the beginning. For the crafting system to work fluidly, it needs to be a slow and steady progress, but a slow and steady progress for everybody. The market needs to, you know, start off with quality 1 crafts, but then slowly but surely more people start to be able to make quality 2. And then a week or so later, people have progressed far enough that they can start making quality 3. And then eventually they can start making quality 4 and even quality 5 for the crafted gear and weapons. It needs to be carefully paced, otherwise the whole system might not as well exist. And the fact that there's the work order system that ties all of this together, there's going to be a recrafting system. So if in the, you know, if you start off with a basic quality 1 piece of armor or weapon, there'll become the incentive for you to upgrade that over time. Instead of buying a new piece of gear and just completely replacing it, you give it back to a crafter that's now gained more knowledge in their profession, who can recraft that, presumably for a small fee. We don't fully know the ins and outs of this yet, but then improve the quality of your bit of gear. And then if your gear improves enough and you go out and you do the raid and you kill a boss and you get a special, you know, you get some special crafting materials and you get enough of them, you can then recraft your piece of gear again to bump it in item level by a big jump. The whole system is designed about there being this progression system through the patch, which is why crafting needs to be carefully controlled on how quickly people can level it up. Gathering, go get materials. They'll either, you know, if people get too many materials too quickly, they'll just be cheaper. The cheaper they go, the less incentive there is for people to do it. Doesn't matter too much. But crafting is heavily tied in with the professions. Sorry, crafting is heavily tied in with the progression for when people go raiding, doing their Mythic Plus and PvP and such. So, yeah, there we go. Welcome to my TED Talk. In contrast to BBC, basic bitch crafters. I see what you did there. I think we're done on this realm. I've no idea why I'm chilling on this realm. Let's move on. In Legion, you had the upgrades to gathering. Yeah, Legion was the first implementation of something like this, where you had the ranking system. They've now taken the ranking system and, you know, they've exploded it out to be a lot more micro progression. Blizzard thing to do would be to put a hidden cap in there, like exactly. They've had a little bit of experience with Korthia with this. Like, most people were not really weren't really aware that Korthite crystals had practically a hidden cap. Korthite crystals you could get per character. This was, of course. With Korthite crystals, you could very quickly get 7 or 8 Korthite crystals on a character. But then getting any more of them was an incredible grind, which clearly wasn't worth the effort. Most people playing Korthia daily probably wouldn't get more than about 10 to 15 Korthite crystals a week. So there's this kind of hidden cap to how many you could get your hands on. And they could clearly do the same thing with the knowledge tokens for gathering as well if they wanted to. So it's not something that's out of their control, and they've had practice doing this before, so we'll see. Wow, literally nothing to buy over here.
Hey, that's it! I got mouths to feed, pal!
I think Legion was the best expansion we've had so far for professions, and everything I've seen from Dragonflight so far leads me to believe that they've taken the best parts of Legion and they're going to build upon it in Dragonflight, which is really cool. The only thing I hope they do a lot more of, which they unfortunately don't seem to be doing, is I wanted there to be more gameplay involved with professions. I loved the fact that Legion had the quest chains that you needed to do to unlock some of the recipes, and that you had to actually go out into the world and do things and complete quests and talk to people around the world and stuff. There was gameplay involved in leveling your professions. That's the thing. That's the bit that they seem to be missing so far with professions in Dragonflight. There's a long-term progression system, but it's linked to silly things like daily quests and just crafting things for the first time. The progression is very heavily balanced on the knowledge and the spec trees, but acquiring knowledge, if it's attached to just basic dailies, is going to get very repetitive very quickly. Where I would have much preferred there being, when you unlock a specialization tree, if it was to also unlock a quest chain that had something to do with that specialization tree. You know, say for example, you unlock with your herbalist, you unlock the specialization tree that allows you to get better, you just gather more herbs. Then it could give you a small quest chain to go and complete that explained that spec tree to you. It doesn't have to be a lot, it just could be something. Then, you know, when you level up a little bit further, you unlock another spec tree. Then you get another small little quest line that just explains what that spec tree is for. Now, obviously people can read tooltips, but more gameplay, more good, right? I kind of find it hard to believe that people would push back against there being, you know, more quests, more stuff to do. But then again, I don't know. I sold 1,240 quartzite crystals overall. I do not even care to begin to understand how many quartzite crystals I bought. I was buying them 1,240 at a time. I was buying them in disgusting quantities at one point. Putting the profession stuff in dungeons is a bit of a turn off for me. The one thing I'm not so much of a fan of so far is the fact that, yes, crafting tables. I want to see this for myself. When Profession Week kicks in on the beta, if crafting tables are too gross, I'm going to put up a big stink about it. Because I'm not a fan of crafting tables. I don't think crafting tables need to be a thing. I think it's an unnecessary restriction to keep people in one location. Which, for me, in an MMO, feels very weird. It's a massively multiplayer online game with this huge, great big landmass. And they're going to pigeonhole everybody. I mean, we have a capital city, sure, where you would expect most people to hang out. But I don't think we need crafting tables. If I want to be out in a zone and I'm questing and I'm completing a world quest and I need to craft something, or purely because I don't want to be in the main capital city, because from a performance standpoint, I get half the FPS in a capital city, I want to make that choice. There's no upside to crafting tables. There's no upside. There's no upside to having... You need to be at a certain location to craft all of your stuff. You can tie it into lore and storyline a little bit occasionally. If you got to go into the mountain, to the volcano to craft your ingots because they're special dragon ingots and you need volcano level heat to make them, there's an argument there to have a crafting table somewhere in the zone next to a volcano. But just to have, enchanters have got to be here, and alchemists have got to be here, and leatherworkers have got to be there. Why? There's no reason to it, other than to restrict you, seemingly for no real reason. If all of this is in our bags, does this mean a whole bunch of other stuff's going to expire soon? It does. I'll come back to this later. Could be a little bit like the Cypher system in Zereth Mortis. You end up unlocking a few quest chains within it. Hopefully, something like that would be cool. You know, when you unlock a node in a spec tree, for example, you know, it triggers a quest that can be completed to help explain that. It's more gameplay is better. Less systems and more gameplay is what people have wanted for the longest of time. Managing systems can get laborious and repetitive very quickly. Going back to the good old days of having to find a moon well to craft moon cloth. You see, that was an example where it was used thematically for the right reasons. You know, this was some special cloth that you needed, and you needed, you know, the right environment to be able to create it properly, and it was enchanted with moonlight or whatever you want to do. In that one specific scenario, great. But if I want to make some basic bitch just leveling gear or something, why do I need to be at a special table to do it? There's no reason for it. Right, let's get this lot listed, and then we may jump over to the beta for a little bit. Portable tables for professions would be nice, similar to the thermal anvil. See, anvils are something that exists for a reason, right? You need to be at a forge to make, you know, to turn iron ore into iron bars, and, you know, so on and so on. In those scenarios, it makes sense, and there's a reason why. But just practically, you know, with a broad brush, just saying, right, if you're crafting something, you need to be at your profession's crafting table. It's just annoying. Like I said, these scenarios where it, you know, from a lore perspective or from a story perspective, or from an RPG perspective, it makes sense. I'm all for it, but not just on everything, just because. Right, let's load the beta up. Let's jump onto the beta for a bit. Before we actually start playing the beta though, I'm going to go grab a drink. I've been streaming for nearly 3 hours now, and I'm thirsty. Right, boys and girls, I'll be back with you in 2 minutes. Occupy yourselves. Alrighty. Right. Need to pick a zone. I was doing a little bit of herbiting mining out in the Anaran Plains yesterday, and it's a little bit difficult to see, but on my mini-map now, yeah, it's still quite difficult to see. Got some little icons for where all the herbs and the ore are spawning. I'm quite sure at some point some of the more established add-ons such as Gathermate and stuff will be updated so that it does this anyway, but it's handy to start getting an idea where stuff's spawning. Hello there, Mr. Manthius. Going to annoy you today with all the things again. Brewfest started today with a few mounts and toys to get. I completed Brewfest last year, so Brewfest is done for me. We're done. I think even from an all the things perspective, I think Brewfest is done. Is there new things? Please don't tell me there's new things. Surely there's not new... They will not be adding new things into Brewfest, though, surely. Not when we got Dragonflight round the corner. And there are. Oh, no. Let's not do this to me. Let's not do this to me. What are they adding? What have they added? Treasure held by the one who croaks, a secret riddle in Dragonflight. I found this stupid thing and I never worked out how the flipping hell to get past it, so I ignored it. Okay, there seems to be nothing about Pirates Day was here. What's going on with Brewfest then? Is there really new shit for Brewfest? There can't be new stuff for Brewfest. If there is, there's got to be patch notes for it, right? Surely. I updated all the things and my Brewfest is still 100%. Right, well that's good enough for me to assume that there's nothing new. Is it worth buying the Transmog weapons from Zereth Mortis? I've been slowly getting them when they're cheap. Probably. Probably is the easy answer. There's likely to be... That's one of those sorts of things that as and when everybody leaves the zone, and more importantly, leaves the expansion, the supply of them will diminish very quickly. There'll come a point where there'll be practically no new ones ever being found or made. So the easy answer is yes, probably. But I don't know. Got lucky, got the big 300k sword. What's it called? Varuths or something. I can't remember exactly how it's pronounced. That one's really... everybody knows about that one, though. Everybody knows about that one, and because it's a world drop, if there's any farming to be done in Zereth Mortis ever again, there will still be somewhat of a steady supply of those. But they're equally one of those things that I think that they fall... I was talking about categories of stuff earlier, and I think they fall into the category quite nicely if they've stayed expensive because people buy them. I mean, a massive whack-off, great big red two-handed Final Fantasy-esque sword is obviously cool enough of an appearance for people to care about it. And so even though through everybody being in Zereth Mortis, they've held their value because they're just cool. That it has something to do with it, I would imagine. Where the flipping doodah is this bubble poppy? Why can I not see it? Is it in the water somewhere? Okay. I can't see it. I might be in dumb mode right now, but I can't see this. Apparently it's probably hidden in this pissing rock. There's a lot of this, you know. They're going to have to do a pass on these herb and ore nodes because they're a little bit all over the place. Flipping them with good marginal profits. I mean, I've been tempted to pick up a few of them as and when they go cheap. But I'm still not, you know, overly... Might be a good thing to farm when we're level 70 and the markets in Dragonflight have chilled out a bit. Maybe. Maybe. if that 10 level bump is going to be enough to push you into like super OP mode when in Dragonflight, then maybe yeah. What's going on here? Simple shot. Let loose an arrow capable of cutting stems. The hell is this? Is this part of a world quest? What? Now I'm real confused. I think this is part of the world quest. I think it's just triggered way far outside the zone. It's a rich Turovite deposit. Ooh. Yoink. Kill a stag beetle to take its plums. Honey plums collected. I've got to go get a stag beetle's plums, apparently. There is actually a sizable amount of world quests that are not just carbon copies of quests whilst leveling as well, which is actually really nice to see. They seem to be taking a slightly more friendly approach with world quests, which I can't say I can't complain about. Let's put it that way. Now that when did they first introduce like proper world quests? Legion? Was Legion the first time we had like proper world quests? I can't really remember. Yeah, Legion, I think. Let's put it this way: we've had them for enough years now that we've seen a world quest or two in our times. So, this was one thing I was concerned about, that I didn't want the main end game to revolve around just zerging world quests to get reputation. This was one of the big reasons to why I ran off and I worked out how to level Dragon Scale Expedition and wanted to. I still do have the desire to. We'll see if I get to it though. I want to do a in-depth guide for all of them, like I did with the Dragon Scale Expedition. Not only did I enjoy leveling the Dragon Scale Expedition, I also enjoyed creating the video and stuff for it as well. So it was a win-win from all angles for me. I want to focus on one of these three others to do the same thing with, but so far, from my experience, there's a lot more of an emphasis on a huge amount more emphasis on just, grinding world quests, which is annoying. There doesn't seem to be quite the same flexibility to just, say, right, today I'm going to work on this faction and to just go for it. At least if there is, I've not got there yet, or I'm missing something, or... Poison in a bottle? Oh, what, you complaining I'm drinking Coke? Ah, well. One of life's luxuries that I can't let go of, unfortunately. I agree, it's absolute poison in a bottle. it tastes good, so. Boom. There we go. I got reputation twice. Why did I get reputation twice? Did that... Oh, that was probably... Okay, I got 60 rep for completing the quest, and I got 60 rep probably as a reward for completing it. Okay, that's probably why. All I want is the Legion style, kill a named mob and move on. So far, most of the world quests are a little bit more than that. They're a little bit more than that in most cases. There are some, like, you know, the Field of Ferocity Redux here. You kill Night Rot, which is one of the specific Arena of Blood type kills. The difficulty I'm now having is that I've completed the Arena of Blood. Or, I don't know if it's called the Arena of Blood, it's just, you know, the name people understand. You know, you spawn a boss. You're meant to do it as a few players and you pew it down and then you win. I think I need to rely on other people to be able to do it. Why is there a draconium deposit in the floor? Like, genuinely in the floor. Does that mean there's a cave around here somewhere? Why is that there? Is this a cave? We got a cave in these rocks somewhere? Hey, maybe it's because of this. Is there a draconium? Oh, hello. Does the weekly bonus rep work in Dragonflight? Is it bonus world quests? Reputation gains from world quests increased by 50%. Good question. I can't see why it wouldn't. When I next do something that I can categorically work out how much rep it's meant to give me, I'll tell you. Right, how did we get in here? It was up this end, I reckon. God, I'm getting stunned. That's a point. When do these world quests expire? Actually, 4 hours left. We're about to have the reset. Are we on world quests? Yeah, it looks like we are. Tuskar are cooking their feast right now. They can use your help. Oh, let's go do that. I enjoy that. Let's go do the Tuskar fishing thing. I'm a bit late to that party, but maybe we can get there fast. Let's go zoom modes. Is there an enchant that allows for quicker gathering? Not that I remember. And that is because there's a secondary stat that's specifically for that. I can't remember which one it was. But there's a secondary stat that directly increases your speed in which you gather. So it's kind of baked in. at a fundamental level, and you can spec into it if you wish. Right, let's go help cook some stew. Let's go help cook some stew. Boom. Give me the quest. Perform 5 tasks for the community feast. Go. Yes, chef. Purchase salted fish scraps from some fella. Gotta be over this way. Salted fish scraps. Blubbery muffin. Mackerels and a tea. Interesting. What are you going to want me to do? Cooking utensils. Do you want to be a great soup master? Can't wait until I can see over the lip of the big pot. Then finally I'll be able to lead the feast. Here, I wanted to give you one of these special cooking goods to help you on your soupy journey. Let me know if you want to trade anything else. Increases the verse of those nearby by 1 and allows cooking. Tuskar travelling soup pot. Whalebone tea set. Serve tea with your Sinvir tea set. Cool. A weapon. A little choppy doodah. And a chopping board. Tuskar clobbering board, look. Nice. What did I do? Did I do a thing? I did a thing. Right, I'll have the soup pot. I guess that's meant to be a toy, right? Purchase salted fish scraps. Didn't I just do this? You asked me to do it again. Unlock the ability to see the great fishing holes of the Dragon Isles. Oh, cool. Get your orders from big fella. Go on. Give me an order. Tell me what you want me to do. You put me in the pot. Stir the pot. Stir the pot. Check it out. Look at it go up. Look at it go. Press the button really fast. Hey, now we've got to protect the soup. Where's it being attacked from? Protect it from the slug. The snail's trying to eat our soup. Get it. Get it. Boom. Chunk of meat. Throw her in. You got common quality soup now. There we go. Genius. Hey, there we go. We done 5 of our 5 little things. Taste the soup. Taste the soup. Go on, be a good soup. Taste the soup. Even once you've completed 5 little mini tasks, you can keep doing them, and they give you, I think, 8 reputation each time. I got plus 300 rep for completing for getting my supply laden soup pot, which I presume if we open this, boom, stuff, piece of gear, some Dragon Isle supplies, some artifacts, some meat, and some 1,000 piranhas. Oh, chunky upgrade and all for me. Yoink, take that. Don't mind if I do. Taste the soup again. I need to taste the soup. You should go talk to this fella. The soup needs more cream. More cream! Catch an iceback sculpin. Go fishing. Go fishing. Go fishing. We can go fishing. I really like the new graphics and NPCs and stuff in Dragonflight. They've given everything a nice little lick of paint. A bit of polish is always nice to have. Amantheus creaming in the soup again sounds like Tyrion in Game of Thrones. Hopefully not exactly the same. This is where your fishing skill is going to come into play. If you're doing Tuskar related stuff, it physically tells you to go fishing. Get a clubfish, throw it in the pot. In it goes. Bit of extra aroma. Love us a tasty soup. 4 minutes of soup business. Oh, I forgot to kick the carp. I should have kicked the carp. Catch another fish. This time from over here. That's the way to make fishing fun. Put it on a timer. Yeah. Now, when you have to go... get out the water, you stupid tiger. When you actually go and have to fish, it seems to be 100%. But... beautiful. Supervise the others. Nothing but positive reinforcement. We're going to make the best soup in history. Nothing but positive reinforcement. Can you imagine when you get full guilt? You know, when the game releases, you've got hundreds of people, you're going to have like legendary quality soups the first few days. And then eventually it'll be like this. You practically never make anything more than a common one, but... at least everybody will end up with some fishing skill. Put the fish back in. Get back in, fishy fish. Catch a clubfish. Hey, the other half of Xanthias. Is that what we're going with nowadays? There we go. See, my Dragon Isles fishing is now up to 45, and this is practically all I've done. just flipping fishing pot stuff. Right, we got less than 2 minutes. Protect the soup. Who am I protecting the soup from? You! You big moose. Get off me soups. Get it, boys and girls. Get it. Stampede. Send my own animals at it. Boom. Chunk of meat. Toss her in. Beautiful. Find a tiny Leviathan bone? This is one I've not seen before. From you, apparently. Fishing gear crafter. I'd like to obtain or improve my fishing gear. What is this? We come back to all of that in a minute. I need a fishing bone first. Yoink, one of you. Do we have a return to the, what was it, the Underlight Angler? Catch another fish. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. There we go. We're getting some good soup business on the go now, boys and girls. We're crunking this soup. I missed the Flight Master whistle. I tell you what, of all the toys in the world that I would happily have back, it would be the Flight Master whistle. Yeah. Can confirm. Can confirm. But they're never going to give it us back in Dragonflight. For one very simple reason. They want us to use dragon riding. The last thing they're going to do is give us a... hang on. Anchovies from the snow near somewhere. Oh, these things. What? How do I pick these up? I can't click on them. Why can't I click on the anchovies? Is it not them? It was them last time. Oh, is it over? Oh, game over. GG. That's probably why. Right, give me my soup. Give me my soup. Mmm, soup. Noodle soup. An uncommon quality. Killing a creature in the Dragon Isles grants you and nearby players Spirit of Sharing. Spirit of Sharing gains 1200 verse for 6 seconds and heals you for 5% health. 1 hour remaining. I've also noticed that this thing lasts through logout and it persists through logout. Which is quite nice. Such a weird choice to remove the whistle when it was such a well-received item. Yeah. Yeah. Very rarely can they give us a quality of life item and take it away and us not get pissed at them, though. So, but you are right. It was definitely a favourite item. Do you think it's worth getting a Gatherer for the Wrath of the Lich King Classic? Think of Herb, a Rogue for herb mining. Just for the first few weeks, maybe farming in instanced herbs and mines. It doesn't even necessarily need to be instant stuff. Your success with herbalism and mining will be pretty good, regardless. I tell you what, I've been super tempted. I've been super tempted to put together some new versions of herb and or farming routes for Wrath of the Lich King. For one very simple reason. They're already on my YouTube channel. They've just been privated for 10 years. Because I was making farming guides back in the day. When it was actual real content. While we're down here though, let's investigate what's going on with these fellas then, because we've obviously unlocked a few bits and pieces. The community feast we unlocked at 3, allowing you to partake and contribute to the Great Tuskar Feast, earning the reputation and a well-deserved food buff. Renowned 4, we unlocked fishing holes and some cooking supplies. Unlock the ability to find rare fish pools in unique fishing holes around the Dragon Isles that are also known for their great bounty of activities. We need to go on the exploration for some fishing holes then, because this is probably going to be the key to leveling these fellas up. Cooking supplies, purchase some simple cooking cosmetic items and toys. What was going on actually? What was going on with this fellow up here? Fishing gear crafter. Colour me intrigued. I'd like to obtain or improve Iskaran fishing gear. Iskaran fishing nets requires renowned... So, I haven't unlocked any of this yet. But at renowned 6, we get fishing nets. We need strong sea kelp. Stone with a hole. Iskar harpoon. Face a big fish, then throw. 4-second cooldown. Harpoon head. Wooden poles. These are all bind on pickup reagents, so you're likely to Skilled blacksmiths, such as Tuskar, should have one. Bring it to Tyvo in Iskar. Okay. Should be easy to find somewhere in a coastal village, such as Iskara. Bring it to Tyvo. Or Tavio. Fishing spots. Requires renown 5. Allows you to sense rare fish in high altitude lakes. You need some flying fish bones. Should be plentiful in fishing villages. I guess these are just going to be vendor reagents then. Be a shame if they're just vendor reagents. Allows wielder to spot and cast fish pools in the highest mountains across the Dragon Isles. The Iskaran Ice Lance at renown 10. You could probably borrow one in a Dragon Scale expedition camp, such as Three Falls Lookout. Haha, clever. So it's sort of giving you hints to where you can get the items from. You can run around and collect some stuff. Allows the wielder to break cracked ice and fish in the frozen lakes across the Dragon Isles. So that presumably means that over in this sort of area, there's going to be lots of fishing lakes and stuff. Polished bracelet at renown 15 allows you to reach the hard to reach fishing spots in the lava lakes. Okay, lava fishing. And then fishing gear upgrades. Draconium net weights at renown 13 improves your Tuskar fishing net capacity. Fishing net filling speed. At renown 18, you can improve your harpoon. At 18, you can improve the harpoon's reach. And then at renown 18, you can also improve your harpoon's point. Huh, clever. Okay. Feels like this expansion, they really thought of a lot of different things for people to do as they please, which is nice. Yeah, a lot more of that is welcomed as well. Any time that you can just sort of dilly-dally about and do your own sort of thing, it's quite cool. So Weaver of the Tails, a sacred Tuskar totem. How many of these do I have? I only have one of these right now. Stolen from Elder Poe would reward you if you returned it to them. Genuinely no idea where I got this, which is a shame. I should have paid more attention, but I guess this is a rep turn in. Boom, plus 25 rep. So it's, okay, similar pattern again. I guess we can at some point work out how we get those. So I guess at the moment, until I get some more reputation with these guys, I have fishing holes available. So I just need to go do some fishing, right? I wonder if we fish in fishing holes, if we get reputation, or whether fishing in very certain fishing holes will give us... Am I tracking fishing holes? That's a good thing I should probably be checking. Find fish. Maybe we do some flying around and see if we can find any fishing locations. See if we can start to piece together a little bit more. Will in turn probably mean we level up fishing all the same. This feels in a bit of an odd spot. You're covering fishing, but I have to go out. There's always the VOD, my man. There's always the VOD. It'll take me a little while to master what's going on with this anyway. half-hidden fishing holes, the joys of fishing. Yeah, this one's a bit scuffed, isn't it? Oh, scale belly mackerel. I really need to fix my bag situation. This is horrendous, but actually thinking about it, what might be... Oh, what was that? Silver coin of the Isles. A particular coin bearing a dragon's facade can be exchanged for goods within the Great Swag. I've got a few of these, actually. Got a few of these. Coin. Got a few of these now. Silver coin of the Isles. Gold coin of the Isles. Oh, that's an actual trick. And a copper coin of the Isles. I should go and turn these in and find out what these are worth at some point. I'll just sell myself that the fish are hiding under the riverbank like they do in real life. Clearly a very clever representation of real life into the game. Oh yeah, clearly not a lack of polish at all. Hey. Ow, you're a herb. I wasn't expecting it. No, I didn't mean... Oh, phooey. I didn't mean to attack the crab. Do we get bigger bags? Sort of. Sort of. Not by much. We get one extra bag slot, but in that bag slot there has to be a gatherer's bag. Or, sorry, a reagent bag. And regular bags, I think they can be increased by like 2 item slots. It's not a lot. It's not a lot. And we are going to be required to carry just as much stuff with us, so... Been enjoying the YouTube videos? Good stuff. Thank you. Appreciate it. Welcome in. There'll be plenty more of those to come before Dragonflight launches, and many after. That's the plan. We're actually in regular fishing holes right now. We are level 46 and we don't... Oh, boo. I clicked the button. We don't appear to very easily be getting any skill points either. With dual crafting, the bag slots are going to be negative even with the extra profession bag. Yeah, there's a... Like I said, it's a +1, -1 as far as I'm concerned. They've given us an extra bag slot for a reagent bag. The downside being is that there is now 3 times as many materials. You've tripled the amount of materials. One extra little bag is unlikely to cut it. You can see my bags right now. I've got herbalism and mining. I've got herbalism and mining, and my reagent bag is absolutely chock-a-block and is overflowing into my regular bags with reagents. No problems whatsoever. A single reagent bag, and I've not really been able to find any sort of decent-sized ones of these either. It's going to be... We're still going to be struggling for inventory space, I feel. Or at least I am. I clearly am. Not able to see any of the scout packs in the Waking Shore. Is there a specific area to find them? Went around the map and couldn't find a single one. Scout packs are a lot less frequent. I can't remember if I said that in the video for the Dragon Scale Expedition or not, but the grind to get to Renown 5 is actually the hardest bit. You want to make sure that your primary goal is to do any of the Dragon Scale Expedition world quests, because they're going to give you big chunks of reputation. And then you can fly around and hope to find the scout bags. but there's really not all that many of them. And they're usually hidden in weird and wacky locations. But once you can get to 5 and you unlock the dig sites, it starts to snowball. This early days, there's no really good source for like tracking them or finding them. So it's just merely a case of persisting with it. They are there. They're just, there's not many of them. You managed to fill up your reagent bag. I mean, does it not stack stuff to... It's not a case of how high it stacks. It's just how many different things there are. Because, you know, you have Bubble Poppy. Great. Bubble Poppy stacks to 1,000. You got 3 different qualities of Bubble Poppy, each of which stack to 1,000. So an entire slot here has been taken up by the fact that I have 1 rank 3 Bubble Poppy. And that's the only rank 3 Bubble Poppy I have. Stack size doesn't matter when the quantity has been tripled to begin with. You know, it's not like I have thousands and thousands and thousands of herbs. It's just there's so many individual little items. And then that's before you take into consideration the meat, the fish, you know, all the random stuff you're going to find. It's weird, right? It's going to be like, oh, great, they gave us a reagent bag. We have loads more space now. Great. When actually the flip side is if they didn't give us a new reagent bag, we would be screwed. Now, I don't expect to find fishing holes, places where there aren't water. But through my travels... in this zone, the Azure Span, lovely zone by the way. The art team have pulled one out the bag with the level design. But what I haven't found many of is actually fishing holes in the first place. Guessing that professions can craft max side reagent bags are going to be coining it. Possibly. Possibly. And they do say that in a gold rush, stop hunting for gold and start selling, you know, selling shovels. Or something to that degree. And that's very true in Dragonflight. Anything that goes into optimizing people's storage space, people's professions, this sort of stuff is going to be big business, I reckon. Luckily, not all reagents have 3 qualities. So far, if we search for, like, the meat, for example, the meat is just a single quality so far. But your core profession stuff, so your herbs and your ore are the big 2 that has quality. Your leather is going to have quality as well. Weirdly, cloth doesn't. Cloth doesn't have quality implications. Enchanting materials don't have quality attached to them. But you never really know exactly how it's going to pan out by the time the game goes live. Not getting any skill points from fishing anymore. Oh, I lie. 48 in fishing. I mean, a reagent bag, I don't see why we can't just have like 100 slot reagent bag. If they're going to give us a bag that's dedicated for reagents, make it significantly bigger. Let's not forget we got like 32 slot glyph bags back in the days when we could only have like 16, 20 slot bags normally. They used to make it so that profession bags were significantly bigger because they could only carry profession stuff. Now they're smaller than regular bags. So what's the point? Oh, we are getting skill points occasionally. You're up to 49 now. It feels like they're balancing it similar to the other professions, such as you get halfway, and then progress like grinds to a halt. I've not leveled cooking yet, but what's the fishing journal have to say? Yes, it says most things have a low chance. That's annoying. I've put this as feedback. All of the profession windows, they don't have the cross on them. And when a fishing journal is this big, and I was casting my fish, I then had to press... The only way I could close this was by hitting escape. But escape cancelled my cast. That was double annoying. General fishing. So we can work out where we get things, right? Saltwater speciality fishing. Rime fin tuna pool. Rime fin tuna are large fatty fish coated in a thin layer of protective ice. The thick layer of fat protects their vital organs in below freezing temperatures. You can find these pools in especially frosty climates around the Dragon Isles. The Tuskar are experts in catching these kind of special fish. There's the prismatic leaper school. Prismatic leapers are a curious, agile fish with scales that shimmer when caught in the light. These fish love to leap from the water and can be found at some of the highest points around the Dragon Isles. The Tuskar are also experts in catching these special kind of fish. So maybe this is what I should be looking for. I should be looking for these speciality pools, I'd imagine. See, your saltwater fish, your freshwater fish, and your general fishing is all free for all for everybody. Maybe I should be focusing on these. Maybe if I can find these pools, these also give rep as well, maybe. That would be cool. If they want to suck some gold out of the economy, put a 40 slot one on a new Harris Pilton equivalent. Oh yeah, I'd drop some big bucks on a massive, great big reagent bag. I've said this for longest time. I'd spend filthy amounts of gold on bigger storage space. No questions asked. Right, should we try and find some of these rime fin tuna pools then? Frosty climates. These have got to be around this sort of area then. Let's go. Let's go see if we can find some rime fin tuna. You need the rep to get the ice fishing, the high pool fishing, and the lava fishing. Oh, you might be right there. You might be right. We probably don't have that unlocked. This is another one of those, right? It feels to me like the first few renown levels are a real pain in the ass, but then things are going to start to snowball. We've unlocked fishing holes so far. Unlock the ability to find rare fish in unique fishing holes around the Dragon Isles that are also known for their great bounty of activities. That really doesn't tell me a lot. That really doesn't tell me a lot. There is, if we scroll through it a little bit further, highland fishing. Visit Tyvo in Iskara to unlock fishing nodes in the highest pools and lakes of the Dragon Isle. So yeah, some of it we are going to have to unlock. We get the fishing harpoon at renown 7. Unlock the ability to harpoon large sea creatures. Bonus supplies. Stable master in training, blah blah blah. Pets. Ice fishing. Unlock fishing nodes in the ice of Dragon Isles. So yeah, we are not going to even be able to find these yet until we get more renown. Really undecided whether I should buy a Blackrock Bulwark for 530k on my server or not. I mean, that's probably not a terrible price for it. Be very aware, though, that it's an incredibly slow seller. I bought one for about 600k a long time ago. Could it be that the fishing pools during the river event thingy, high activity? Just guessing here. Maybe. That's probably a possibility, yeah. It's a good price. It's way lower than the average. Blackrock Bulwark is one of those ones that's incredibly rare to begin with. And the fact that they're so infrequently acquired. There's never more than a few on each realm. Yeah, there's only 165 of them across the entire EU. It's a really cool appearance, though. So you can see where there's clearly never more than one on a whole bunch of realms. People are manipulating the prices to be, you know, somebody has decided, right, I'm going to buy them all up and I'm going to relist them all for 2 mil. This is clearly the work of a single person. Anytime they've appeared, there's 2 on for some of these other realms, but, you know, there's some serious price fixing going on these. Which will, oh my lord. Oh snap, 3 of them on Taran Mill. 3 of them on Taran Mill. 350k. Woo! Woo! That's a bit of a bargain. They're a bit of a bargain. On a realm where they're likely to sell as well. Big server. Big server. Some of the 2 of the cheapest available on a really big server. So Derpalicious is on Argent Dawn then. I think we knew that anyway. But yeah. Yeah, I bought one for about 600k on my piddly little realm a while ago. I don't know what it's being posted at now. I mean, I can probably tell you. Gives me the impression mine's probably being listed for about 1.2 million or something like that now. I can't even see my main realm on the list. My main realm's not even on the list. There we go. One of these is going to be mine. Okay, it's probably been reset. There's some serious price fixing going on this, though. Just be cautious. I flip a ton of students, Mog. Well, that's it. Student will just list it and doesn't care. So it's probably a good shout. So I think what's probably sensible for me to do, I need to, in fact, that's what I was going to do. I was going to see if Wowhead's got any information on these fishing holes. Probably not at this point. I've not found much community resources for anything yet. That's the uncategorized spell. Unlock the ability to see great fishing holes of the Dragon Isles on your map. Is there any info or comments or anything about these? No. Works for him, works for me. That's the way to think about it. Tuskar quests. Lots of stuff is starting to be tracked, yet there's still a remarkable lack of any information about practically anything. The art of exploration is key right now. Right, I'm gonna take a quick break for 2 minutes. I need to go bathroom, and then we'll try and find some of these rare fishing pools. It might just require us to do a bit of flying about, but if we can track them on the map, at least we can try and find some of these. I'll be back in 2 minutes, boys and girls. Out of interest, with the lack of things yet tested, discovered, etc., is the bulk of things in-game to actually test, or is it just that nobody's reporting or testing on those features? In some cases, it's a little bit of both. There's a lot of things that is clearly not yet implemented, which is slightly concerning, but this is to be expected in a beta. What you see in a beta is every little thread of an idea that Blizzard has that they might want to implement. Not all of it ever makes it to the live version of the game. For example, okay, this maybe is not the best example, but it does reiterate what I was talking about. The Dragon Scale Expedition, I was able to max out, explore every angle of it, and there was a bunch of things that weren't implemented. So, for example, there is... Where is it? Here we go. The Ancient Waygates. These were not yet implemented, so no idea what these do. This thing, the Wayfinder's Compass. Receive a Wayfinder's Compass toy in the Dragon Scale base camp from Pathfinder Jeb. Got the toy. Not yet implemented. Enable the Wayfinder's Compass to help you navigate the world. 30-minute cooldown. Not yet implemented. You press the button, doesn't do anything. There's lots of stuff that they plan to do, but isn't in the game. On top of that, there's not a lot of people yet that are out there really trying to test this stuff. For these very simple reasons, is that people are naturally put off from testing things until they know that it's like the final build and they're want to see what it's about, and want to actually sort of work out what's going on from it. Content creators also tend to, a little bit of a trade secret that's probably not too much of a trade secret. This is not spilling the tea, but most content creators wait for somebody else to do the hard work and then just report on it. It's far easier to let the masses of people do all of the hard work and figure everything out, and for you to just then go and cherry pick a bunch of information, put it together in a video, there you go, off you go, done. So yeah, it's a bit of a combination of both, really. It's a bit of a combination of both. Not quite everything is fully implemented, which makes it remarkably hard to, like, test. You can, you know, anything that you stumble across, you kind of, you know, you can see if it works or not. But you also don't get this, you don't get this feel of completeness about it, which in and of itself makes it relatively difficult to test. Because you don't know if something's like now I'm randomly, that's a dragon. You don't know if something is working or not because you don't know how it's meant to be. This is why public betas are just a marketing tool, really, more than anything else. If you have access to the beta, you've been given no sufficient testing tools. You've not been given any documentation of how things are meant to be. They've done better with Dragonflight because you may have noticed that on a week-by-week basis, they say, right, do this week, do this week, do this week. They're trying to push people to test very specific things and to get as much feedback in one go about a certain thing as possible. But it's still mostly a marketing tool pushing it to public beta. Their internal tests are done on a professional level. You know, somebody is given the correct tools to be able to test something efficiently. They test the same thing 10 times to make sure that there's no outlying errors, and then they go about their day. You know, anybody that's ever looked at actual, proper, professional level game testing will know that public betas are just a bit of a meme more than anything else. Right, what I might do is if I turn off tracking of herbs and I turn off tracking of minerals for now, that will leave nothing but fish pools on our mini-map. And if we do a bit of flying about, bit of zipping about, we can see if we can find any of these special ones that there claims to be. Whoa, a big waterfall I was not expecting to see. Came out of nowhere. Hang on, I need to recharge some vigor. What have we got here? 1,000 piranha pools. These are regular pools. Love the dragon helm, almost better than the Murloc one. Yeah. I've been entering most of the beta key giveaways, hoping to get in so I could test everything, fingers crossed. Yeah. There's definitely a small advantage being able to play on the alphas and the betas. Because the first time you step foot into anything, it's all a little bit like, what's this? And you can clear the cobwebs of a new expansion quite quickly on an alpha and a beta. Meaning that when it actually goes live, you have a rough idea of the path that you should be taking. But when it comes to like min-maxing systems and stuff, it's remarkably difficult to actually get anything seemingly worthwhile. Have I just been disconnected? Are we dead? I think we're dead. Oh no, it's still thinking about it. Just an incredibly long lag spike. Oh, hang on. What's this on our map here? Look. Oh no, this is a world quest. Okay. Really like fishing in WoW. Now I'm on a classic server, but it seems that fishing is actually getting some attention, love, and retail. Yeah, there's an entire major faction pretty much devoted to it. The Tuskar are pretty much the fishing gurus. Just got back to WoW after many years. Real casual playing, max an hour per weekday, a little bit more on weekends. How much fun will there be focusing on fishing in retail compared to classic? Oh, night and day. Night and day. I mean, it stands to reason the game's 10 years ahead of its, classic counterpart. Maybe not quite as cool as Legion, though. Yeah, Woo's made a good point there. Legion fishing was incredibly in-depth. Where's the raft then to do this quest? Let's get this done. This is, I know it's a Dragon Scale Expedition one, and we're trying to focus on the Tuskars now. But if I happen to stumble across this, we might as well do it. It's better to zoom in for this. We can get some good photos. Click. Legendary photograph. I'm not doing very well on this one. If he'd stopped going down pissing waterfalls, might get some good photos. A lot of great shots. Take 25 great shots whilst cataloguing wildlife. Don't know what's meant to be there. There's a moose up on the hill. Oh, we can't get a picture of the moose. We're flying on this raft. All the zooms. How's a man meant to get good photos when we're zipping about this fast? Couple of beavers. A beaver shot. If you know, you know. And some grumpy ducks to finish it off. Is fishing a legit goal-making pastime in retail? Sort of. There is the slight problem with fishing that it's very, very easy to automate, and so does tend to get botted. Although, also the slight complication is the best way to acquire fish for the most part nowadays is actually not to fish. The mission tables are the #1 source for fish, it feels, which is a bit of a weird situation, but nice money shot on that wet beaver. You know. Right, we need to go explore lakes and river areas. I'm intrigued to find one of these rare fishing pools. Whoa, what is Hemet doing? Oi, Hemet, chill. Chill, brother, chill. Come back. Let me on. Hunting the Huntmaster. I heard from one of the guards in the camp out of nowhere there's a nasty piece of work mutilating the local wildlife. Calls himself a Huntmaster. Looks a lot like the big bad wolf in a Little Red Riding Hood suit. Hunting is one of the things I can't abide torturing any living thing. Besides, my wagon could use a good luck charm. Hunt down Huntmaster Crackle around Imbu's shield. Let's go then. Let me hop off. It's been botted plenty in the past, but it depends on if it's got barriers to entry, which in Dragonflight it looks like it will, which will make it less likely to be botted. That's very true, actually. If you have to progress through with the Tuskar to be able to be, you know, more of an efficient fisher than just straight up basic bitch fish.
Both, I hope.
Thanks for all your testing. Question: am I going to need a new computer for this expansion? Dragon riding seems resource intensive.
Firstly, thank you for the prime, appreciate it. In regards to needing a new computer, it depends how old your old one is. You are likely to want to make... I mean, I look at it from the perspective of that I like to be able to maintain 60 FPS. Dragonflight is clearly not very well optimized, and I'm running it at max settings, whilst also streaming. And I still only maintain in most of the zones 40 to 50 FPS. So, but my CPU is quite old, and World of Warcraft is a very CPU intensive game. But, you know, if you can maintain 60 FPS, then probably not. Much less than that, without this being a PC Master Race elitism sort of thing. Dragon riding does get quite quick, and if you're doing a lot of it, you probably want slightly more than 30 FPS, but I certainly wouldn't want to dip below that. You get fish from daily... Well, yeah, in Dragon Shadowlands currently... Why is that a... Hello? Yeah, in Shadowlands currently, the easiest way to get fish is actually through the mission table, which is part of the Covenants. That is a very odd place for a temporal dragonhead pool. That is a very odd place for a fishing pool. So odd, in fact, I have no idea how we could possibly get there. What's a frigid Hockenbloom? What does this do? I've not done any herbalism or mining in this zone, so I've not come across these yet. Overload herb. Boom.
Hello there.
An overloaded frost. Let's pew-pew him. Pashas, welcome in. How we doing? Good to see you, Adam. Hope you're well. Now can we pick up the frozen herbs? We can. Are they going to be the same herbs? Rousing frost. Is that all that we get from this? Just rousing frost? This was seemingly the bottleneck for early alchemy leveling, which was frustrating a lot of alchemists because they wanted access to rousing frost and they couldn't find it. That's the trick to getting lots of rousing frost, though. Overloading frigid herbs. Own old stone tusk. Now you've got a question mark on you, which means you're attached to a quest, but I do not remember a quest for you. I do not remember a quest for you. Do we need to kill you to get the quest, maybe? Should we find out? Mission table and some place to pick up dailies or faction rep grinds or so. Yeah, let me put it this way. To sum it up, fishing's not really much of a thing. Certainly not at any point now. Fishing, obviously, is one of the core components for feasts, one of the core components for food buffs, of which nobody really cares about so much anymore because it's the end of the expansion. Yet, come Dragonflight, it's going to be quite a thing again. It feels. So if you enjoy that sort of thing, you might be in luck. Now, these frozen lakes, then, is where I'd assume at some point, not that we have access to them now, but at some point, I'd imagine is where we'll be able to unlock ice fishing, I'd guess. I wonder how bots will get on with the element-touched ores and herbs. I think it's a very clever way to hinder the bots. Whether it'll do much to prevent them, we'll have to see. But it's definitely going to be an annoyance to them at the very least. Since, yeah, actually, the windswept ones that ping you about are going to be quite fun. I mean, there is practically nothing you can do in a video game like this to 100% get rid of bots. But at the very least, you can, you know, hinder their ability to do things well. Right, even the minimap makes it look like this place is clearly designed for ice fishing. But I just haven't... This almost looks like you'll be able to go, pew! Ice fishing spot right here. We just don't have access to it yet. Maybe let's go look down these little river areas. I still am yet to find a single fishing hole that's considered a unique fishing hole. In before Blizzard adds capture for each herb mining node. Oh my lord. That's a really good way to just piss everybody off. Tell you what though, the Azure Span is a really nice zone. But it is incredibly annoying to navigate with dragon flying. Because it's practically like it's on the side of a mountain. Which means as long as you're going down, it's fine. As soon as you have to start coming up it, though, it's a real nightmare. Is this going to be a special one? What's this? Icefin Dodoro. Is that a regular one? I can't remember. I still cannot remember the names of all of these things. Fishing journal. Icefin Dorado. No, that's a regular one. Well, we see a fishing spot, we fish a fishing spot. That's the rule. I see the fishing hole. It's on my world map with an icon. Can send a screenshot to you. Throw it up in the Discord. There's the Dragonflight beta chat channel in the Discord. That would be cool to see. You get an icon for it on your map? If you do, I should do. Is it this thing? Rivermouth fishing hole. Oh! Oh! It's that thing. Is Dirge too old of a joke? No. Still going strong. Oh, actually, this is the uncommon fish. This is the one I want to pay attention to. This is your... Oh, flip. What's it called? I can't even remember the Shadowlands fish now. Elysian Thade or something. What was it called? I'm over the whole Hopium stage, I must say. I just can't control excitement for this expansion anymore. I can very safely say I'm looking forward to it immensely. And if you have access, if you get the ability to have a bit of a playtest on the beta, I'd much recommend it. It'll be well worth your time. Crackle's Trigger Paw. Snap. Grizzle. Does that mean Crackle is in the cave? Snap, Crackle, and Grizzle. It's got to be, right? He's here, look. He's here. He's lurking in the shadows. Boom. Crackle's trigger paw. Got it. Now we just need to find Hemet again. Maybe we'll stumble across him in time. Let's head up to this fishing hole then. I'd seen this on my map and it just hadn't triggered in my pre-coffee brain earlier that was a thing. Ooh, a rare. Is that a rare beaver? Do I spot a rare beaver before me? I do see a rare beaver. Incoming lots of beaver jokes. Pet do pet things, for fuck's sake. There we go. Pound that beaver. Oh no. What have I started? All beavers are rare. This isn't the 70s. You've got to look far and wide for a good beaver nowadays. Boom, headshot. Oh, some cheeky Valdrakken rep. Centaurian hunting trophy. I tell you, there's gonna be quite frequent rare farming groups. Rare farming groups are going to be a thing. That's what's going to keep most people occupied, I would suspect, in the early days, since it's very clear to me, difficult to test solo, but very clear to me that running around each zone each day, killing all of the rares, is going to be a very, very good way to casually level up a bunch of this quite quickly. Not to mention, you know, rares always turn up with a bunch of goodies on them as well. Has Dragonflight have a release date yet? Not yet, no. It's technically it's still quite early in the beta stage. Although the pre-orders did state it's going to come out at some point this year. So on that basis, there's not all too long before we should... There was a leak that came out a week or two ago that sort of indicated that it'll be a end of November launch, which does make a lot of sense. In before the holiday season, early enough so that it doesn't clash too heavily with the festive period. Because Blizzard are not going to want to miss out on those fourth quarter. Yeah, see, here we go. Iskar Commendation. Dragon Isles stuff. You're likely to run around and kill certain rares to gain reputation, especially since every week you get, where is it? Your weekly quest is called Making a Name, which requires you to get just 3,000 rep. Just go out and farm some rep. It doesn't matter who for. Just go out, farm some rep. Farm for 3,000 reputation. Get yourself... This is like your patterns quest, for example. Oh, yeah. Fishing's also going to be a good source for the Dark Moon cards. When we get Profession Week, when Profession Week kicks off again, we'll We'll investigate this in a little bit more detail. But it's their claim initially was that the Dark Moon cards wouldn't just be made by scribes and would practically just be a world drop thing. Now, can confirm that I've not found any Dark Moon cards by just playing the game. What I have found, though, is some Dark Moon cards by fishing, which is a real odd source for them to come from. But I'll take it. Another maybe another good reason to do some fishing in the early days. Maybe I need to start playing retail instead. So an XP boost now. I need to get a character level fast. Honestly, if you've come from Classic, leveling a character takes like 8 hours. It's pretty speedy in the first place. And I think if you buy the right boost, if you buy the right bundle, the right expansion, whatever you want to call it, you get a character boost up to level 60 anyway. So... where's the Flight Master gone? I'm intrigued to find the Flight Master. This is the Dragon Scale Expedition. I'm exalted with these fellas now. These lot should be bowing down to me. This is another Dragon Scale Expedition camp. These fellas should be treating me like a king. I didn't spend many hours leveling this up for nothing. Right, let's fix the bag space situation a touch before we move on. And for reference, before people complain at me, the sort button doesn't work, so I've stopped pressing it. The sort button's bust. I was kind of hoping there'd be some cool vendors or something over here for me to take advantage of. There's lots of people chilling, but not a lot of people that want to talk to me. In fact, there's practically nobody that wants to talk to me, which is real sad. Actually, nobody at all. Oh well. Guess you can't win everything. Right, let's head up to here-ish. Same for the sort button in my kitchen. It doesn't work. Just pots and pans everywhere. Oh, I found one card on the beta. That's handy to know. They at least come from somewhere. Now, there's one big avenue of play that I tend not to test on alphas and betas, and that's the dungeons. Which, there's a strong possibility that dungeons, killing bosses in dungeons, may also have Dark Moon cards on their loot table. If that ends up being a thing, then it will flood the region auction house with Dark Moon cards. Dark Moon cards, let's not forget, are actually a commodity item. So the cards themselves are going to be on the regional auction house. Only when you convert them into trinkets will they then be region locked. Sorry, realm specific. I should probably try and use the same words. Oh, are we dead again? We're dead. We're dead. Tried both Legion and Shadowlands, come to think of it. Had a max level character, I think. I used my level boost on another one, then deleted the characters. Might be worth a ticket. Might be worth putting in a ticket if that's the case. Can't hurt to try. So, river mouth fishing hole. The Tuscar have noted that the fish are very active in this area. 125% chance to find ominous conches. 125% chance to find rare schools of fish. And nets can also be set here. Okay. When did we unlock this for reference? We unlocked this at Renown 4. Hang on, what's this? Go over that in a bit. I recovered a very old character a few weeks back, so it has a long memory. I should probably test that, you know. I can't imagine there's many cases where I've deleted an old character, but I'm sure I've done it at some point. Stay a while. Yeah, I'll do that later. Apparently that one quest takes like 20 minutes. I'm not doing that on stream. Even I can't milk 20 minutes of one quest into content. As much as I try. Right, let's go find out what's going on with this fishing situation then. Oh my lord, look what's going on. Fishing for days. There's even a quest over here, look. Face a big fish, then throw. Big fish, throw. Boom! Get here, bitch. Briefly immune to stumbles may pull the fish closer. What happens when I get him closer? Do I have to pull him out of the thing? Is that how you haul in a fish? Where do I take him? What do I do with him? I don't understand. What do I do with him? Am I meant to just kill it? If that's the case, it feels a bit weird because I must have to take it somewhere. I'm just yoinking this fish. He's going deep. He's going deep. No. Oh, okay. You're gone. Okay. Let's sort out what's going on here first. Let's sort out what's going on here. Right. Oh my lord! Look at all of the quests. Well, this is how we level up these dudes. This is how we level up these fellas. Oh my days. Okay. Teach me how to fish. The art of fishing. Catch and release scale belly mackerel. If we overfish this spot, there'll be no fish left for anybody. Sustainability is key. Bring me any fish you want to return to the pools. Scale belly mackerel. I don't have enough of them. 1,000 bite piranhas. Restock fish. Increases the remaining stock of fish by 10. I'll return these to the pools. Managing the fisheries is an important responsibility. Go on, give me some reputation, you would. 5 reputation. That's not a lot of reputation for 10 fish. Well. I guess fishing hole benefits diminish when stock is low. So the more leeches that we have that come over here and fish up everything and don't throw any of it back, it's going to diminish the results for everybody else. And then everybody else can gain reputation by throwing the fish back. Interesting. Right. Toss all fish into water. Because I don't need the fish for nothing. 5 reputation a go. Repeatable. Well, there we go then. That's very clearly the repeatable option for these dudes. Some salmons. We don't have enough salmons. And I probably don't need to do it when the fishing hole is fully stocked, but... spinefish. Do we have enough spinefish? We don't. Temporal dragon head. Another common fish. Is this going to be 5 rep as well? This is 5 reputation as well. 2 gold, 80 silver, by the way. Let's not forget. Money in the bank. Could probably do more for selling them on the auction house, but I shit you not. This could be quite fun to stand here. Does this mean you could... This is pay to win. Oh my god, this faction's pay to win. I've just realised it. It's absolutely pay to win. Pay to win fishing. Confirmed. Thumbnail sorted. What about these dudes? These are the rare... Oh, I need 10 more of these rare... I need more of the rare ones. I want to turn these in, see if they give more rep. I've only got 7 of them. Huh, okay. Fine. Alright. What's this dude's quest about then? Flying fish. The fish could be biting better, don't you think? You know, that gives me an idea. Legend says these lakes and rivers did not always have fish. They say these watering holes were stocked with fish when the dragons soaring overhead dropped them. Can you believe it? Maybe you or your drake could give it a try. Collect fish to restock the fishing hole and mount your drake to drop them from the above. Increase the remaining stock of fish by 20 will be the reward. Me feels I probably shouldn't have given all my fish away quite so quickly. Oops. Okay, right, fine. So I guess what do we do? We zoom and then we throw a net. Where was the net? Where did the net go? Throw at fish stock. Alright. Okay, there's me fish steak. Is this the world quest then? This has got to be the world quest, right? Fishing frenzy, fishing steaks. Right, this is the world quest. Let's get this out of the way. Let's do one thing at a time here. There's 2. Oh, it's too slow. Negative DPS on that one. Oh, stockfish. This is what we throw the net at. Boom. Oh, that's decidingly basic. Okay. And then it's on a 10-second cooldown. Of course it is. Cannot use while swimming? Isn't that kind of the point of it? You got the raft. I do have the raft. I do have the raft. Good shout, boys and girls. Yoink. Oh, what? Hey! Hey! Go get raft, people. Go get your raft now. Mad value. And I can use my harpoon on it as well. Big boy value on the raft. Although it is having some problems causing this thing to evade. I think it's, I'm not entirely sure it's all quite perfectly worked out yet. Okay, it disappeared. Right, raft on voice crack. Let's ignore that one. Raft on the bar. Okay, you're stuck in a rock to begin with. Okay, but we appear to be able to attack you all the same. There is nothing to be fetched. Genius. Okay. Do we reckon this little fishing spot thing is going to be... Is there some sort of time limit on this? Doesn't seem to be a time limit on it, but there is a time limit on the world quest that's attached to it. So maybe I need to get this done real quick then first. How does one get the raft? The raft is a reward from, I want to say, what's his name? What's the fishing dude? Oh god, back in Pandaria? Was this the Pandaria one? Oh, the angler's reputation in Missa Pandaria. There we go. Requires revered with the anglers and a Pandaria fishing skill of 1. Nat Pagal reputation in Mop, yeah. Which was, if you, back in the day, you got the raft for getting revered, and I want to say you got the water strider if you got exalted. I think. Pandaria. Okay, I never did it on this character, but I'd done it somewhere. I'd done it somewhere. I mean, I'm offended at my own English sometimes. I have the water strider mount. Is that somewhat... Yeah, probably. If you've got the water strider mount, there's a good chance that you're going to have the raft toy as well. The raft toy, I think, was the exalted, and then the water strider mount was exalted. What did I say? I don't know. I can't remember. Master Skinner. If you happen to be this dude, we found this the other day. I never came back here on a Skinner, actually, but this dude gives you just... If you're a Skinner, it's just like, here you go. Have some knowledge points. Cheers. Thanks. I need to level or pick up skinning on a character and come over here and investigate further. Let's go back up to this pool then. Whoa, 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 whoa. So, this apparently is going to give me a better chance to get some rare shit from when we fish these things. Is that what we're saying? Temple Dragon Head. Let's see if we can get anything other than just basic fish out of these pools. So what are we guessing after Dragonflight? Are Blizzard just going to throw the professions in the bin? I mean, they're already working on the next expansion. Well, it's going to be... It depends on how it's taken, right? There is clearly a lot of time and a lot of effort, and in turn, a lot of money that's gone into developing these professions. Now, if the player base likes them, if the player base takes to them well, if it's well received, there's no reason for them to not spend that money again and do it again in the next expansion. But if everybody looks at these new professions and 6 weeks in, everybody's complaining they're too complicated, they're too slow, nobody wants to do it, the goblins are taking over again, and the world is, the world is on fire, then we'll have to see. I can't possibly understand, though, how anybody can make the assumption that everything's going to be cheaper and easier to have access to, whilst also being more difficult to have access to. Sure, legendaries are not going to be a thing, but if you put the time and the effort into doing something, and somebody else doesn't, then guess what? If the person who doesn't do it expects it to be free and expects it to be cheap, they're in for a bit of a surprise. Because goblins will do goblin things. And if you're spending your time and effort leveling up reputations, picking up patterns, you're working your way towards being able to craft things at a higher quality, damn right you're going to charge more for them. So, yeah. And if they put a limit on how many work orders people can fulfill, then it makes sense that you're going to hunt down the most lucrative and the best quality work orders first. So if you want a quality 5 piece of endgame mythic gear crafted, and you're only willing to tip 200 gold, I can't imagine that you're going to find a crafter to make that for you very quickly, because crafters will be able to, if you say have, let's just say 10 work orders you can complete a day, you're going to work from the top down. You're going to pick the ones with the biggest tips first. Makes sense, right? And if you're one of the elite crafters and you only have 10 crafts that you can fulfill a day, it is the prerogative of the people that want the orders to put a big tip in place. This is going to probably frustrate the living shit out of people, because a new system that most people don't necessarily want to engage in, which is the professions, because most people think it's a waste of time, they're also then going to expect everything to be cheap and free at the very same time, and it's not going to be exactly the same as legendaries, but if you want the best of the best, it's going to be expensive, because your options to acquire it are going to be do it yourself or pay somebody else a sizable amount to do it for you. People will complain because nobody does it. This is the risk. There's a big problem with low population servers, of that you might have low although there is a flip side to this. It depends how they do it. The work order system, we've not seen it in full detail yet. If they make it so personal orders are not limited and are not restricted, you could just become the king of your server. If you're on a low population server, or queen, if you're on a low population server, you may be able to just clean up. You level your stuff. You and 5 other people are the only big crafters on your realm. And anybody that wants an endgame piece of gear, it comes through you. And everybody else is at the mercy of you, right? If you don't have access to craft something, it doesn't get crafted. If they don't pay you enough to craft it, you don't craft it. It's, you know, it's real simple. Cross-realm work orders. Well, it's for the same reason that like everything's not cross-realm. They can't. I really don't feel that Blizzard can actually work out the work order system the way that they want to. It's quite scary that we're at this point in development and we've practically not seen the work order system at all. You would have expected by now to have at least seen something, right? Something at least. We've seen the absolute bare bones, what feels like a Photoshop made real sort of mock-up of what the system might be, but it clearly doesn't seem to work very well in its first iteration. So we'll have to see what they end up doing. But they need to do it quickly. They need to do it soon. I hope they remove the bind on pickup crafts. Once again, there's pros and cons to doing that, but I tend to feel that if the work order system is not solid, if the work order system is not absolutely perfect, they might have to, even if the downsides are that, oh, mythic gear becomes pay to win. Well, the reality is that for as long as you have mythic BOEs, mythic gear is pay to win. Yet the difference is not everybody is overly willing to spend hundreds of thousands of gold on BOEs. So it's no more. It's realistically not going to be too much more pay to win than it already currently is. But, you know. Okay, if you've got the DPS, you just pew-pew these dudes, and it's much easier than trying to do this whole harpoon business. Personally, I think the work order system will be scrapped down the line. Well, I mean, as it stands, I mean, I've had my reservations about it since day one. It's a less user-friendly auction house. There's no other way to describe it. It's the auction house, just less you know, with less perks to it. With the auction house, you go there, you know how much something is, you can see the stats on it, and you buy it. Boom, you're done. There's no pissing about. You know exactly what you're getting, and you get it straight away. And if you can't afford the thing, then you go out and get some gold, and then you come back and you get the thing. It's never going to be anything like the auction house is the work order system. You're going to have to put an order in. You're going to have to hope somebody's able to make it, because you've got no distinct way of knowing if somebody can even make it, unless you've already been in communication with somebody else on your realm, which is one step too far for some people in the first place. People don't want to have to talk to people to get a piece of crafted gear made for them. Fuck no. They want, you know, that's what the auction house is there for. Crafters, craft it, put it on the auction house and I'll buy it. Simple. Typical Blizzard to create a problem and find a solution. Well, this is it. They're causing an issue and they're selling you the solution to it. And it's blatantly clear. What's an ominous conch? Cast 5 ominous conch near a Tuskar large fish sighting to summon a big lunker. Ooh. It's very clear to most raiders and end game players, you know, your top end PvPers, that the work order system is ultimately just an elaborate gear vendor. In practical terms, that's what it is. It's just with an extra few steps. If you're going to get a mythic quality, let's say a mythic quality crafting reagent from killing end game raids and raid bosses and whatever, then at the very same time, you could quite easily just have got a gear token. and you could go to a regular NPC vendor and then get your bit of gear. That's practically what the work order system is, but they're now including crafters into the mix. And the problem is, I see the problem being here is that it won't be Blizzard that gets the blame when the system's shit. It'll be, oh, those pesky goblins are trying to scalp us for every penny of gold we've got. Because apparently goblins are always the enemy. Coming out of Shadowlands, where nobody's impressed with the price of legendaries, but the prices of legendaries have been expensive for one very simple reason. That you had to take, if you wanted to quickly and efficiently have access to the top-end legendary base items for crafting, you had to risk a sizable amount, right? There was, come 9.2, I'd spent close to 30 million gold on buying materials before I even had the pattern to craft stuff. You know how many people out there had the opportunity to do that? Probably a handful. But in doing such, it meant that everybody that wanted a rank 7 on the very first day that rank 7s were available was able to have one. Did I charge a premium for that? Sure as hell I did. I risked 30 million gold. What if it all went Pete Tong? What if they changed the recipe the night before? But, you know, most players don't don't take that into consideration. They're just like, oh, legendary is expensive and it's the goblins' fault. Well, no. The reason they're expensive is because Blizzard made them take copious amounts of materials, all of which were very scarce and hard to get your hands on. Am I meant to be killing these things? Because I don't seem to be getting any credit for doing anything here. Otter Devastation. Scare off the pesky Ottucks. Am I meant to be scaring them off or like actually straight up pew-pewing them? This is another example of me going on a rant. I'm clearly hungry, can you tell? Oh, I don't actually need to kill them by the looks of things. Well, maybe I'll do it anyway. Just jump on top of them. Oh, yeah. Snazzy. Let's be honest, it's really easy to make you rant. Hey, I get passionate. I call it passion. It's passion, right? Another issue is 20 years of inflation. Even if the average player is piss poor, the economy's loaded with dozens of billions of gold. Well, this is what Shadowlands was very good at. It was very, very good. Shadowlands was incredibly good at filtering all of that gold into the hands of just a couple of players. Remarkably good at it. As everybody else was getting poorer because they were spending all of their gold on legendaries, the people who were crafting the legendaries were just getting richer and richer. And it's resulted, by the end of the expansion, there being probably not more than a handful of players on every realm, with probably the lion's share of the gold. And I consider myself, I would like to say lucky, but it wasn't luck. There was no luck involved with it. It was very calculated, and it took a lot of time and a lot of effort. But just like I spent a lot of time and effort leveling professions, leveling alts, doing rep grinds, acquiring patterns, grinding materials, investing gold in materials other people had gathered. All of that time and effort for me resulted in me having a large pile of gold going into the next expansion. People who put their efforts into other areas of the game have been rocking around with significantly better gear than me for the entire expansion. If you spend all of your time and effort killing bosses, sure, you'll get good loot, but don't be too surprised when you're piss poor. I had people in my guild that even complained when I made them rank 7s for mat cost. It doesn't surprise me. The quantity of materials needed was bonkers. Actually bonkers. I need to go turn in that quest actually before I forget. Because that's meant to give me one of these conch things. And apparently if we get 5 of these... Ominous conches. If we get 5 of these... Cast near a Tuskar a large fish sighting to summon a big lunker. That gave us 15 rep as well. You've got a daily quest. Are you the same daily quest as this fella? Oh, apparently I can do flying fish again. Is this meant to be repeatable? This is the rare fish one. I want the rare fish. I need 10 of these rare fish. I need to see if these give more reputation. Straight up refuse to craft Legos for my guildies at mat cost. I can see the justification in that for sure. I mean, I throughout the majority of Shadowlands just blatantly refuse to do face-to-face sales. If you wanted an item that I've already got crafted and put up on the auction house, it's on the auction house for you. Is my approach on it. I've risked my initial gold buying materials to craft that item to put it and make it available for you on the auction house. Now, if you want to turn up with a bunch of materials in your bags and you want me to craft something for you, you're going to have to tip me a sizable amount. And let me tell you, that sizable amount is probably more than the profit I'm asking for by you just buying it on the auction house. So... Can't wait for people to offer 500 gold tips and get mad that their orders aren't being fulfilled. This could be a problem. This could be a problem. It's going to be very interesting to see how it pans out. Because it's all a perception thing, right? Whatever the community perception becomes, if the perception through the community becomes, oh, these crafters will just craft it for free, so you don't need to give a tip, then everybody will start just lowballing all of the crafters and it'll be a shit show. Yet if the community perception becomes sensible, and this, weirdly, right, this very heavily will be affected by what people see in things like the top guilds, the big streamers. The race to world first will have a big impact on this. If they see those top end guilds putting in 50, 60, 70,000 gold tips for players to make them their top end gear, that will become the perception of how this system works through the masses. It spreads like wildfire. But if the top end guilds start trying to just swindle all the crafters on their realms by being as cheap as possible, everybody else will then follow in suit. And that will then ultimately lead to there being smaller servers out there with not so many crafters and where orders just won't get filled. And in turn, that will have a long tail knock-on effect to people's enjoyment of the professions. The number one thing that a profession needs to do for you, for your character, is give you the ability to make some things that you can sell to make some gold. Otherwise, it's not a profession, it's a charity. You know? And that's got to be the number one thing. And if that isn't maintained in some way, shape, or form, because nobody's offering tips on work orders, there's a problem. The whole system falls apart. Guildmaster gave me mats, so I cannot refuse that. He then discovered he forgot that he didn't hand over all of the arboreal shards. Thank God he had no use for arboreal shards, since he later then handed them over. Yeah. The irony being is that arboreal shards were the lion's share of the cost initially, and then eventually the arboreal shards, yeah, don't worry about them. 100 gold apiece, not bothered. Give me that 10,000 gold progenitor essentia though. I'm going to need that one. Problem is that serious crafters have a lot more money than the average player. I wouldn't be going out my way for 1,000 gold. We were talking about this at the beginning of the stream. I genuinely started the stream today with a simple question of why are cheap things cheap? And we were trying to sort of work out if there was a baseline of what most people should be dealing with and should not be dealing with. And to try and make it as neutral an opinion as possible, I looked at how easy somebody can make gold, right? And in 10-15 minutes of effort, you can complete a calling. You only need a max level character to do it. You can complete a calling and get 1,500 to 2,000 gold in practically 10, 15, 20 minutes of your effort and time. So realistically, any single-use item that's being sold for or can be crafted and sold for less than like 2,000 gold, most people shouldn't bother with it. It's really not worth your time to bother with it. If you're selling like 233 gear right now, for example, 233 gear likely has a crafting cost of a couple of hundred gold, but probably only sells for about 1,000 gold. Meaning that you've got to buy the materials, spend the time crafting it, and set up everything to sell it on the auction house for less gold than you make by doing a single... It's just not worth it anymore. And as expansions go on, this gets even worse, right? You look 5-10 years ago, playing the different expansions, if you could make 100 gold doing something, you were like, boom! But that's because to make 100 gold, you'd have to spend like a huge amount of time grinding mobs. Natural inflation in the game has progressed quite a lot. And what most gold makers fall into, many gold makers, I should say, fall into old habits. They think selling 200-300 gold items on the auction house is a win. It's not a win. You'd be better off not doing it. Clearly, you'd be better off not doing it. Because doing something remarkably simplistic could be even more worth your while. The baseline for gold making in Shadowlands was actually pretty good. The baseline was there. This leads on to a bit of an issue for Dragonflight, that the base line for gold making isn't there. It's going to be gathering. Gathering will be your baseline. So, dig out those druids. Is it so that every time... Keep an eye on this number, 84%. I should probably try and game this and work out what's going on. Is it every time a fishing node is depleted, it takes 1% off? That would sort of make sense. Because then that would mean if the people who are out here fishing were to catch and release a percentage of the fish that they gain... Yeah, see, that fishing node disappeared and it went down to 83%. So if enough people catch and release their fish, everybody will get more fish. And they will also get more ominous conches. 125% chance to find an ominous conch. I've not found any of those yet, by the way, for reference, other than the one I got from that quest. Oh, that might be a big stinky lie. How have I got 6 of these all of a sudden? Cast 5 ominous conches near a Tuskar. Near a Tuskar's large fish sighting to summon a big lunker. How do I know what a Tuskar's large fish sighting is? Where are these large fish sightings going to be? Maybe let's just keep doing some fishing and we'll find out. I know mission tables are going away, but there's the no calling emissaries equivalent. Not currently. There's no incentive for you to go out and do world quests other than the rewards that the world quests give right now. This is the weird thing with callings, right? People, you know, people kind of forgot that the world quests were there to give you something in the first place. People only cared about completing the calling for the reputation bump and for the little bag of gold you got from doing it. I wonder how fast does it regen over time? Well, this little this fishing hole, it seems to be entirely player controlled. As more people fish, every time a fishing node is depleted, 1% comes off this. Yet you can replenish this by giving some of the fish back. So if you give back, if enough people are giving back the fish, it will keep topping this back up. But that's obviously going to require people to to not sell all of their fish, but to hand them back to keep the fishing hole stocked. Because at the moment, I guess when it's past this line, see somebody there, happened there, somebody's clearly handing fish back in. You see it jumped up to 89. If I go over to the turn-in dude, I bet there's a fella over there turning in fish. Or not. Oh, unless it was this fella. Unless Peter Max did it. Just did 2 quests. Oh, okay. A fisherman's dilemma. Yeah, it's going to be that a little bit, I reckon. Will there be another way to inject gold into the economy if it's not callings? It's the baseline ability for people to make gold is a lot less in Dragonflight. Maybe that's to counteract the lesser desire for people to spend gold because legendaries not being a thing. But just because legendaries are not a thing, just because there's not that one big ticket item that everybody is going to be looking to purchase, I still think that gold is going to be flowing. Gold is going to be transferred between, you know, buyers and sellers a lot. Because you won't be buying just one big ticket item, but you'll have many slots of your gear that you'll likely give back to crafters on a frequent basis to get them upgraded. I mean, this is something that Blizzard probably has to try and control a little bit at the start of an expansion anyway. Because let's not forget, every time that you complete a quest, every time that you complete a kill a mob, every time you get that tiniest of tiny amount of raw gold, that's new gold. That's brand new gold that didn't exist 5 minutes ago. Now, I would imagine, it's just a guess, but I would imagine what probably ends up happening is that at the beginning of an expansion, a lot of gold is created, a crazy amount of gold is probably created at the beginning. But then a little while after, it starts to flip in the other direction. Towards the end of an expansion, I would imagine far less gold is created and more gold is taken out of the game. Once everybody stops doing the world quests, and this is probably what callings have done. Callings in the mission table have probably made it so that throughout the majority of Shadowlands, a lot of new gold was created. Now, it just depends how much that was counteracted by the extra traffic on the auction house. The auction house is the #1 biggest by far, I would imagine. I can't imagine there's anything else in the game that takes more gold out of the economy than the auction house. The auction, because 5% of every single transaction. So for 1,000,000 gold, if somebody spends 1,000,000 gold in the auction house, 5% of that value just disappears. 5% of everything that's bought and sold on the auction house disappears. So that's a lot of gold really quickly. But I'm quite sure Blizzard can track this. Blizzard does love them some data, so I'm quite sure they have some fancy software that tracks all of this. So plus all the listing costs if it's not sold. Yeah, it's a win-win. Like if it sells, gold is taken out of the game. If it doesn't sell, gold is taken out of the game. Like every time something is put on the auction house, gold is being removed. Whether it sells or whether it doesn't sell. The quantity is obviously very different, but if I recall, BFA didn't really have any major endgame raw gold source. Then they added Paragon caches with 4k plus a piece in 8.1. Even towards the very end, BFA really struggled for. I mean, people were running a Toll Desire vendor shuffling for like 10k. You know, super optimal was like 10k an hour, of which was mostly what you'd consider raw gold, because people were running a dungeon, killing mobs, getting materials to craft items to then give them to a vendor. So it was printing 10,000 gold an hour out of nowhere. The only counteract to that was the fact that everybody that made that gold was usually doing it so they could buy a 5 million gold vendor mount. So the effect on the economy of people doing that was practically none. Because any gold that was made by those crazy amount of people that farmed for a crazy long time via raw gold farming, gold was made and it shortly left again, and they were just, the only thing that left was a long boy. So I feel like the auction house charges for legendaries would have sunk a lot of gold. It's noticeable that Shadowlands didn't have one big gold sink like BFA had. Yeah, it didn't need it. I really don't think it needed it. I'm pretty convinced. Unfortunately, I will never be able to get the data to back this up, and I don't even know how it'd be possible to go out getting it. But I'm pretty convinced that the amount of gold in the system is substantially less now than it was at the end of BFA. I think the pure rate in which stuff moves through the auction house and the high value of the stuff that moves through the auction house has taken a huge amount of gold out of the game. Far more than has been created, even by mission tables, even by callings. I'm pretty convinced there's less gold in the economy now than there was at the beginning of Shadowlands. Yeah, it feels weird because there's clearly some people who are now 10 times richer than they were at the beginning of BFA. Or at the end of BFA, I should say. I mean, 10 times might even be an understatement. I'm practically 100 times richer now in the game than I was at the beginning of BFA, which is bonkers. I'm about 60 times richer, 30 times richer. Yeah, obviously it depends how much you started with, but it's not unusual to see certain members. I mean, you got to remember we live in a little bit of a bubble here. There's clearly some bias towards having more gold because, you know, that's kind of what I focus my content on. There's clearly a bias towards people who are more successful at making gold in the game because they dedicate more time and effort to it. Started with 10k, now I've got 25 mil. Yeah, see, there's many people in that sort of situation that have got a good gold cap or two. It's not uncommon to see now people that have played the gold making game pretty consistently through Shadowlands. It's weird, right? It felt that in BFA it felt like a really, really big achievement to get your first million gold. Now, not to diminish that achievement for players that are still trying to achieve that, but the bar has moved, it feels, a little bit. Because crafting was so scalable, no longer was getting that first million gold really the big achievement. The big achievement for most was getting that first gold cap. Getting 10 million gold was the real big sense of achievement this expansion. Because the bar just was moved. The bar was, you know, the bar was set a little bit higher because of legendaries. Irony might end up being is that first million gold becomes where the bar sits again in Dragonflight. We don't know. Super casual goal making went from 100k to about 3.6 in BFA, 3.6 to 16 in Shadowlands with similar effort. That's a good natural progression though. That's a really good. Hang on, what's this? An Alarian sea moth. Oh, that's just a fish. Sorry, I got distracted. That's a good sizable improvement. Once you've got a bunch of gold, it's much easier to make more of it because you can reinvest the gold you've already made, and that in turn saves you time. And the more that people utilize that concept, the richer they get, the faster they get. Oh, a gold coin of the Isles. We need to go and turn some of these in. I've got quite a few of these by fishing now. Interestingly, I don't think, and although I've not been paying a huge amount of attention, I don't think I've picked up any Dark Moon cards. I am, though, slowly getting my fishing skill up. I'm 76 in fishing now. Went from 100k to gold cap in BFA. That was good effort. I think, actually, BFA was the first expansion in a long time that I wasn't actually... I don't think I was ever gold capped in BFA. I was very close. I think I had like 8.5, 9 million gold at one point in BFA. And then I stupidly got addicted to multi-boxing. And multi-boxing was an incredibly expensive hobby. At least it was for my gold count anyway. What's the lore behind fishing Dark Moon cards? Wouldn't the cards be soaked? It's funny, when you fish them up, it says a soaked packet of Dark Moon cards. So yeah, you're spot on. That is exactly the lore. You fish them up, they're all wet. Maybe they're in one of those, metallic packets, so you can open them, but open them up, and the cards are still all right. $1.5 million in 3 months since I stopped goal making. Just an unintended raw gold from callings and mission tables. It's possible. It's very possible. I still find it funny, like some of the due to the help of a couple of community members, I was probably one of the first people, which makes sense really, because I mean it's what I do, but I was probably one of the first people to talk in detail about the mission tables and its goal making potential. That's not that it wasn't known, but it just hadn't really had any data put alongside it. But it didn't take too long. It didn't take too long after sort of, you know, giving people the heads up that, hang on, you can earn a lot of gold from these mission tables, that it kind of caught on like wildfire. And now you've got it so much so that it's people's primary method of gold making. It's wild. Tables never really got nerfed either. That's true. I mean, there was some sort of, you know, there's an element of passive nerf to them because, of course, a big part of the mission tables was getting material loot bags, of which, of course, as the expansion's gone on, the materials in those bags are worth considerably less. But pet charms are relatively stable. Not to mention, they made it easier to convert the pet charms into gold because they made a stupid 10,000 gold pet. Not that it sells for much more than 50k nowadays, but that's still 50k more than somebody had to begin with. Hang on, I'm about to push this fishing thing into negative numbers. I need to maybe go turn in some of these fish in a minute to prevent that from happening. I want to see what the next threshold is, though. I guess it's going to go from 125% chance to 100, but... Wasn't there a mechanic in one expansion where you got damaged, may have been chewed Dark Moon cards that you could get to an NPC to fix them, or am I making that up? Not that I can remember. Not that I can remember. It's weird because I've kind of, you know, Dark Moon cards have for a long time been a thing, but it's one of those things that comes and goes really quickly. In most expansions, Dark Moon cards last all of about 5 minutes, and then you forget about them. Hey, why am I not using my raft? I should be using my raft. We're going to have to do a little bit of investigations, I think, though, to... We're going to have to investigate the Dark Moon situation a little bit more. It's difficult because we can't easily calculate just how many of them are going to be floating about and how quickly. If everybody's incentivized to do a shitload of fishing, they could end up flooding the auction house. Equally, if they're cheap enough for scribes to make, they'll get flooded pretty quickly as well. I think the amount of gold for missions is probably intended either to restock the gold that's sunk from Legos or because they sunk too much gold out of the economy in BFA. They clearly track this sort of stuff. My only question is just how accurately do they track it? How much data do they really have on this sort of stuff? But some of Blizzard's gold selling counteracting software tracks gold totals and transactions and has some remarkably interesting data on certain items in the game, like how frequently are certain items how frequently do they sell at exorbitant prices? How often do those, 500,000 gold, I don't know, frostweave cloths actually sell? How frequently do they sell? And is there any suspicious activity going on when they do sell? Are they two totally unrelated accounts that are involved when it happens? And if so, is that sus? There's lots of or at least we're led to believe there's lots of fancy software that tracks all of this. Somebody reset the market for Death Blossom. 773,000 up for 1 gold apiece. Is that... Sounds like a regular-ish Death Blossom price, right? Or have I missed something? Oh, that is 1 cent above my max price. Oh, okay. Fair play. Will they nerf gold tables in the pre-patch? Or disable gold making? Probably. We don't know for sure, but the fact that there's not going to be a mission table equivalent in Dragonflight, they've stated that a long time ago, and early-ish testing goes to showcase that. There's a strong chance, and I tend to feel that they might just completely brick the mission table completely, because it doesn't play much of a benefit. There's nothing on the mission table that can only be acquired through the mission table. Everything that you can get through the mission table can adequately be acquired elsewhere if ever needed. The mission table didn't really ever come with any sort of story attached to it. It was just a thing that existed. So, the mount rewards, surely? That's a good question. Were the mount rewards unique to the mission table? I'm not even sure they were unique to the mission table. I think they were... They are? Maybe in that case they have some need to keep them up and running. Hang on, drop the fish from above. Throw the fish stock. Woo! Through the fish stock. Did that actually replenish stuff? Pets are unique, and there's so many that they'll end up selling for a few silvers soon. Yeah. Okay. That flying fish quest, it does a good job of restocking the fish. This is the alternative way to restock fish then. This is likely to be a fail-safe mechanic, so that if absolutely nobody wants to turn in their hard-earned gold valuable fish to this fella over here, they can just repeatedly do this flying fish quest, and it gives 20 stock. It adds a bunch of percent to this without you actually needing to, you know, part with your hard-earned fishing rewards. This is quite cool. It means that early days people will have to do this flying fish quest to keep this bar up, because they'll be wanting to use or sell the fish. But later on in the expansion, you can just buy fish, or any, you know, buy all the cheap fish and turn them in for rep over here. That's it's not strictly a floor price on the fish then. But what it does do is mean that the cheapest possible fish available will always get snagged up for people to turn it into reputation. It will mean that this will be a slow, but it's like a natural catch-up system. It's a very slow one, but it's a natural catch-up system. It means in theory you could level these fellas from 0 to hero in one go if you could buy enough fish. You just turn up over here, hand it all in, GG. I don't particularly feel best impressed about doing this flying fish quest 1,000,000 times for 5 reputation each, though. The rep acquired is pretty poor. Not gonna lie, I really feel like smoking a cigar in front of the computer right now. Hey, you do you. It's your house. If we hand these fellas in, these are the rare ones. Are you going to give me a big chunk of rep? You better give me a... Oh, this increases by 20. This better give me 100 rep. 100 rep at least, or this is never happening. 5 rep. Alright, well, screw you. And okay, it gives more points to this, but it still only gives 5 rep. Okay, that's never happening. Never happening. But yeah, like I said, this will make it so that if there happens to be just one fish that's unnecessarily cheap, that will be the one that people will choose to buy to come here and to just hand in for a bunch of rep. Iskar Tuskar is officially pay to win. Mad level expensive to begin, because fish will be expensive. But at 10 a time, is it 10 a time? At 10 a time. What do we reckon the average price of a fish is going to be early days then? What's this? 200 gold a hand in? 20 gold a piece for a fish early days? Do we think 20 gold is reasonable, or do we think 20 gold is too cheap? Considering every man and their dog is somewhat incentivized to be doing fishing. Between 20 to 100 gold. Let's say worst case, I don't know, 50 gold a fish. We're talking at whatever's the cheapest fish, though. So, whatever the bottom bitch fish is. If 50 gold a fish is the absolute cheapest fish, you'd be looking at 500 gold a hand in. 5 rep for 500 gold. That's 100 gold a rep. That's 10,000 gold a renown. Is that maths right? 100 gold a rep. No, that's not right, is it? 100. If you pay 100 gold per reputation point, and you times that by 1,000, yeah, that's 100k. 100k a renown point. That's quite expensive. It's pay to win, but it's yeah, that's still quite expensive. That's quite expensive. And that's on the basis of 50 gold a fish. At 50 gold a fish, it's 100k per renown level. That's quite expensive. The people out there that would pay that. If there was something worthwhile, I'd pay it. If there was something worthwhile, if I could recuperate that somehow, I'd pay it. But I'm not entirely sure that there is going to be. Russians and bots, farm it so it's free. Sure. Just put some player power in the renown, and the boost sellers will be all over it like a rash. Let's take a little bit of a look at some of the other rewards then. At 10 you get ice fishing nodes. There's there's maybe some logic, albeit slim and probably not that sensible, but there may be some logic in pushing to get some of this rarer fish quicker. Because where's the fishing journal gone? Speciality fishing. If fishing in these magma pools for magma threshers, prismatic leapers, and rime fin tuna pools rewards you with something remarkably lucrative. Large, fatty fish coated in a thin layer of protective ice. Thick layer of fat protects their vital organs in below freezing temperatures. Rime fin tuna. Is rime fin tuna going to end up being like a core component of the feast or something? There's possibilities here. What was it called? Rime fin rotten rhymefin tuna. Salvage what you can from the rhymefin tuna. An actual rhymefin, a frosted rhymefin tuna. Brush off the ice coating, presumably leaving you all this stuff. Comes from pools. Does Wowhead have maps of the pools yet? Annoyingly, I'm going to have to now spend the next couple of days pissing fishing to level this bastard up, aren't I? God damn. I wonder if there's a way I can... Soon as we get profession vendors... Oh no, profession vendors aren't going to be on this server. They're going to be on special servers. That's annoying. I was thinking I might be able to... Everybody get out fishing. Here's the solution. I've found the solution. Everybody that's got access to the beta, I need you to fish like a crazy person and send me all your fish. So we can level this sucker up. Rhymefin tuna, here we go. Currently a reagent for only one thing though. Graal's Veneration. Recipe for 2 feasts. Actual number of feasts will vary based on cooking skill. Needs 2 rhymefin tunas, which are bind on pickup. Oh no, and they only last an hour. Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, bang goes my way of recuperating any cost from these things, eh? I thought about, well, maybe if it costs me 1,000,000 gold to early days power level Tuskars to get to ice fishing. 100 gold, 100k a level, 10 levels, 1,000,000 gold. If I could have, what about these fellas? Great feasts. Obviously, you need a bunch of other stuff as well. You need to make all of the basic foods to be able to achieve it. Oh, but the feast itself then isn't... Oh. The recipes bind on pickup. The item itself is not, though. What does it do? A recipe for 2 feasts. You can tell me what it makes. Because I can't honestly remember. Not really a fan of all of the bind on pickup stuff. You and me both. I can't stand it. Teaches you one of the several recipes to prepare a grand banquet of the Kalawak. Recipe for 2 feasts. Actual number of feasts will vary. Why is it so hard to find out what the pissing thing actually is? Do I have cooking unlocked on this character? Do I have Dragonflight's cooking? Dragonflight's cooking. Can I not see through here? See, show unlearned. Feasts. Where's feast? Great feasts. A grand banquet of the Kalawak. Set out a traditional Tuskar feast that all players can partake in. Restores 40,000 health and 53,000 mana over 20 seconds. 220 to your highest secondary stat for an hour. 220 to your highest secondary stat. What other great feasts are there? We have the grand... we have... What's this one? 220 to your high... Do they all do the same? Graal's Devotion. Is it just going to be a case of that they need different crafting reagents? See these, Rhymefin Tuna, bind on pickup. Prismatic Leaper, not bind on pickup. Whoa, hang on, what is this? The scales shimmer in multiple colours. Aside from its cooking properties. This fish looks to be millable. What is this? We're going to start milling fish now. Oh, God. What? This game's gone mad. Throwing curveballs at us. And the magma one, prospectable. Well, that's a twist of fate. That's something I wasn't expecting. All of a sudden, you know, I'm starting to get remarkably tempted into power leveling the Iskart to have access to these fishing pools way ahead of time. Way ahead of anybody that normally would be sensible enough to just, you know, play the game at a regular pace. Damn, do I need to test this somehow. I would think it's a Finnish delicacy cuisine, yeah. Okay. Well, that's very interesting. Do people care about 220 to their highest secondary stat? Is that the feast that people are going to want, though? There's a big question. There's a big question mark on all of this, being that if nobody wants the pissing things, it doesn't matter. Horde of draconic delicacies. A growing horde of draconic delicacies ready to fill with delicious prepared meals and excess ingredients. Finish it to provide a great feast for everybody to enjoy. 220 to your highest secondary stat. They're all the same. They all seem to provide the same food buff to you. The difference here is that when you put this one down, this is like the community feast we have in Shadowlands right now. That you got to put a bunch of shit in it, right? You're going to need to also, you need to place the thing out. This is your cooking pot. Numbers don't look final. No, they're probably not, but like the concept of it is there. There's also this one that I remember seeing this and I thought this is a bit of a bait. Because this gives you 220 to your lowest secondary stat. Note the difference there. 220 to your lowest secondary stat. Now, who really cares about boosting their lowest secondary stat? If you spent good money min-maxing your gear to have the right amount of secondary stats where you need them, you don't care about the one that you don't care about. Yet, if you look at the materials that goes into making this, this is spices, vendor mat. Potatoes, vendor mat. Mammoth ribs, probably cheap. Basic fish, basic fish. This is the cheap one. This is the difference, right? This is your cheap feast. This is the thing you'll use to trick your raid leaders into making sure that you have a food buff. This will be cheap. This will be cheap for people that really don't care but want to get their guild leader off their back. You know, when that guild leader uses his macro that tells him who's got a food buff and who hasn't, this will trigger the food buff option, but for free. This is the one that people are probably going to want to use on for the most part, though. Depending on just how it works out, how much people need to put into it. Then, obviously, we've got these 3 growls ones, which all need speciality fish that is going to need to be unlocked via... So, we worked out then with Tuskar fellas. Level 10 was where we get the first one, which is ice fishing. Unlock fishing nodes in the ice of the Dragon Isles. Cosmetic-y stuff. Upgrade your fishing nets, mount customization. Mount customization. More Tuskar equipment. Lava fishing comes at 15. We get to use better cooking stuff. Tuskar backpacks, cosmetic, fisherman's folly, just some toys, Better harpoons at 18. Mount customization. More Dragon Isle supplies. Tabard. Beanbag, another toy. Where's the third? Tuskar weaponry. Or was there one earlier down the lines? Unlock the scouting Otux. I wonder what these do. Scouting Otux. Is this going to be passive fish generation? Are you going to send these fellas out and they're going to come back with fish? Is that what we're... That sounds remarkably like we're going to tell our Otux to go and find fish and come back X amount of time later. This is so instead of you having to fly around, place fishing nets, and then remember where you've placed them and go back and get them 10 hours later, you're going to send out some Otux. They're going to find you some fish, and they're going to bring you them back after X amount of time. That could be quite cool. Listen here, Otux. You're a basic bitch gatherer now. Your fate has been sealed. On this day, you'll be known as my gathering Otuk. Okay. Snow fun. Some more toys at 25. Fishing caches. Allow you to find fishing caches along the coast or near fishing holes. Tuskar shoulder pads. Knoll backpacks. Purchase cosmetic Knoll backpacks. Tuskar equipment 2. And then the title of part of the community at 30. So where's the first... Have we already unlocked it then? Totems... Community feasts. Maybe it comes in with fishing nets then. Oh no, highland fishing. Here we go. So you get the first one at level 6. At renowned 6. Otux equals wow otters. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Pretty much. So 6, 10, and when was it? Like 15 or something? 6, 10, and 15. So for the disgustingly cheap price of 1.5 million gold, probably less than that because you'll get the first couple of renowns for free. For the disgusting cost of because you'll actually need to unlock this little area first. You'll need to get to renown 4 off your own back. But once you get from renown 4, for the grand old cost of about 100,000 gold a renown, you can power level this on the assumption that fish are 50 gold apiece. On the assumption that each individual fish is 50 gold apiece, you can power level this as far as you want to go. And you can start, if you can get to 15, you'll have unlocked the lava fishing. Now, there could be other stuff further down the tree that's of more interest to you. Yet, through looking at cooking, giving yourself the ability to make those feasts for the first tier of content could be money. This could be money. Because, who doesn't love a good feast, right? The question is if you power level your Tuskars by buying fish, is it going to repay itself? Depends how many feasts you sell. What do we know about feasts? We know that they're going to be a regional-wide commodity. It means they're going to sell, well, like hot feasts. Assuming they don't time gate the renown. Spoiler alert, they most definitely will. I would be intrigued to see how they would. It's feeling as if none of them are. Oh my god, that's really loud. Hang on, that's really loud for you lot and all. Let me turn that down. Holy Jesus. Who be that? Hickons! Welcome in, my man. Sorry, I had a slight explosion in my ears. Well, oh no. Oh no. I've been, we've exposed too many secrets. We've exposed too many secrets. Blizzard's kicked us out. Let's try that again. Welcome in, Hickons. How you doing? Hope you had a good stream. You've had some weird and wacky sleep schedule, I hear. For you, what have you been doing? You've been trying to level up Venthyr or something. I saw you doing some weird and wonderful things. We've been trying to break down some of the new reputations for Dragonflight, working out what's what. We've quickly worked out that the Tuskars can be with enough fish at the right price, can be power leveled. Started a 12-hour upgrade at 3 PM, so I had to stay up until 3 AM for the 24-hour upgrade. But I'm done with that now. Oh, Lord. You're really trying to get it done fast then, I see. I get it. Going for Veil Strider. Makes sense. Goddamn, Matthews, keep the secrets. Hey, Blizzard doesn't want me exposing everything, apparently. Now, there's not huge, from what I can gather, there's not going to be huge benefits to it. It's sort of a passive benefit in terms of that if you can get access to ice fishing, if you can get access to, where is it? Most people will get access. See, the difference here, right, is that most people get access to highland fishing. Highland fishing is going to allow you to get, which fish is that going to be? Which fish is that going to be? That's going to be, let's load up cooking again real quick. The Highland one is probably these, right? The prismatic leapers. No, where's fishing? Fishing journal. Prismatic leapers. The highest points, yeah. So Highland fishing is going to give you these prismatic leapers. If you can get your hand on most people will be able to get these without too much effort with the Tuskar fellas, right? So if you can get the leapers, it means you're likely at some point to be able to make this. Now the question becomes is how do you get the recipe for this as well? That will need to be figured out. But if you can get access to these, not to mention it also says they're millable. Is this going to be a sneaky, extra cheeky Dark Moon card, millable, something? I don't know. I'm speculating now. But if we can get access to the Highlands fishing pools, get some of these prismatic leapers. These at the moment appear to be, you could just straight up sell them on the auction house. That's one of your options for people to go off and make feast or whatever. It's weird that these are just a regular item, whilst the magma threshers are a regular item, but the rhyme fin tuna appears to be bind on pickup, and it has a 1 hour duration, which is an interesting take. Milling fish is going to give fish oils that can be turned into inks, perhaps. Maybe. I need to spend. Presumably now what I need to do is spend a couple of days leveling up these Tuskars, I think. It's going to require me doing an ungodly amount of fishing, it feels. So, maybe incoming fishing stream. Who knows? Maybe an incoming fishing stream. Or I'll put all you lot to hard work. Any of you guys that have got access to the beta, if you wish to support the community and send me as many fish as you can get your hands on, I might go raid the auction house for fish. What fish? Any fish. Any Dragonflight fish. Because you can turn in Dragonflight fish of any variety, and you turn them in and you get, firstly, you restock the fishing pool, but more importantly, you get 5 reputation every time you do it. So I need to fish an ungodly amount of fish and then hand them all in for reputation. Have I done my maths right? I worry I haven't done my maths right. Let me check my maths real quick. So I get 5 reputation. Well, what is it? Is it 1,000 rep per renown? Divide that by the 5 reputation means I need 200 hand-ins. 200 hand-ins. 200 hand-ins multiplied by the 10 fish I need. We're back to 2,000 fish per turn. 2,000 fish per renown. Yeah, 2,000 fish a renown. If 2,000 fish per renown level, there ain't no way I'm fishing this up by myself, is there? 2,000 fish per renown. If we went by the assumption that each fish is 50, the cheapest fish is 50 gold. Yeah, that's 100k a renown level. 100k a renown level. Now we don't need to, which would basically mean that you have to get to 4 before you unlock this anyway. Which means from there's 26 additional renown levels, of which you probably wouldn't need to power level all of them. But it means worst case scenario, 2.6 mil to max Tuskar out day 1, assuming I can get 20 million fish. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. I think it's quite clear to say that at 2,000 fish a renown level though, it's unfeasible to really try and do this yourself. Sit there on your Bruto, fish will be region wide. Yeah. For the purpose of testing on the beta then, I'll probably do whatever I can do with these guys over the next couple of days to push into Highlands fishing so we can start testing that out. Fishing harpoon I think is quite an interesting one. Unlock the ability to harpoon large sea creatures. That's going to be quite cool to play with. Accessing ice fishing might be crucial. Fishing nets 2 upgrades your fishing nets. Might have to try and find where a bunch of fishing nets live. Yeah, 30 is the max renown for these guys. It was only 25 for the Dragonflight expedition. Yeah, 15 is about where I really want to get to, at the very least, because that unlocks the lava fishing as well. Rare story scrolls. Upon defeating a particular enemy in Dragon Isle's dungeons, come back to Elder Poe with a story scroll of your adventure. Ah. Rhyme and reason to go do some dungeons and all. Alright. But for much past... Okay, fishing harpoon 2. Much past 18, I don't think there's... Tabard. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be much past, like... Oh, 24. Scouting Otter. I'm never making it to 24. There's no way I'm making it to 24 on the beta to test this properly. Okay, we might have to wait for there to be some sort of cheat system for this to really power it, but... okay. Well, I think I know what I'm doing for the next couple of days then. That's for sure. Why have I got a bunch of throw nets? Oh, every time you pick up that quest, you seem to get another throw net. Okay, that's going to be annoying. Oh. And you delete one, it deletes all of them. Alright, I'll report that. I think I'm going to leave it there for today, though, boys and girls. I've ended up streaming significantly longer than I expected to. What day is it? It's Tuesday, right? So as of tomorrow, Wednesday's reset day, I'm hoping we get a new beta patch. If we get a new beta patch, we'll investigate. If not, we'll work out what we're doing. Probably a bunch of fishing. Next few stream titles, gone fishing. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, thank you all once again, boys and girls. If you've enjoyed today, make sure you hit that follow button. We'll be back again tomorrow with some more beta coverage. Get your questions ready. I'll answer as much as I can. Feel free to chat or come say hi over on the Discord. The Discord is up and running. There's some specific channels for Dragonflight related chat, so jump in there, say hi, and let's work this stuff out. But I'll see you all tomorrow, boys and girls. Have a good one. Peace.